burn away down the line. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll be going out in the snow. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbye. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll be going out in the snow. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbye. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Salutation, well, festive greetings, our legion of elves and reindeer. Welcome to Podcast of Storm, where socially awkward snowmen, crazy stocking stuffers, and all around naughty list members convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the Jolly Holly Bookworm, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening and happy holidays, folks.
And our second co-host, the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Cringe, Corrupt.
Yo, how's it going?
Raiding under the wire while we were both not looking, apparently.
Yes,
I would have got. I was planning to come in here. I was planning to come in here like an hour earlier, but like I had to do some stuff. So sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I am your host / Santa Claus Burglar, the brainstormer of pop culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am okay.
I'm doing pretty jiggy, as my sister would say.
How you feeling, Corrupt? I remember last
time I was dying. Like I'm feeling excellent now. I'm like 100%. Thanks for asking.
Yeah,
that's always the best part about being sick is once you find yourself on the other side of it, you always feel better.
Yeah, you do. You feel better than I did before, which is awesome.
Yeah. You go from like 0 to 100 after being sick.
Real quick.
Yeah.
All right, let me see.
All right. So just because I don't think we have anything else to really talk about, I will move on to the first article that Dawn sent. So it's from walesonline.co.uk. Time to rethink Christmas as half the country not Christian, says diversity group. This was written by Neil Sean and published November 30th, 2022.
Christmas is more of a give gifts to each other holiday now anyway. Most people, even people who don't really identify as Christian, celebrate it because it's less about to them it's less about Christ and more about just generally being together and being with each other and giving each other presents.
Yeah, that's the sort of secular pluralist explanation. And then of course you wind up with the other half of the conversation, which is a good 70% of the things that are like defining and iconic about Christmas are not Christian either, i.e. Christmas isn't Christian. In fact, Christmas is so non-Christian that back in the 1700s, Oliver fucking Cromwell, the fucking asshole that he was, banned Christmas.
I love that guy.
On the grounds that it wasn't Christian enough and that it was too pagan influenced. And the funny thing is, he was correct about it being far too pagan influenced and not Christian enough. He was wrong that was a bad thing.
Hey,
Yeah.
Corrupt. I just want to put this in perspective for you. Don't hate this guy so much that he has made me make that guy a villain an antagonist in a story we are working on.
That's hilarious.
I fucking hate Oliver Cromwell. Fuck Oliver Cromwell.
I fucking love Oliver Cromwell. He's such an awful person. It's amazing.
I've actually done research for the thing. Just yeah, he's also like a really big political figure in British history.
Yeah, that's why he was able to fucking ban Halloween and Christmas back in the day.
And I've told Dalton this, but like I don't think I told you this. Well, we'll get to the article, but just to veer off topic with Oliver Cromwell, I legitimately thought when Dalton first told me about this guy, I legitimately thought he was a guy like he was an American dude in like the early 20th century who like a mayor of some small town or something that banned Christmas.
No.
No, not at all.
No, he was
that was my initial thought of when Dalton described him to me.
Yeah, no, he's
He's notorious.
He was a British head of state during the 16 and 1700s, the late 16 early 1700s, and he banned any holidays that he deemed were too pagan influenced, which is all of them because the Bible doesn't have its own fucking holidays. And thus he ended up banning Halloween and Christmas. And unsurprisingly, Christmas all but died. And if it weren't for people like Charles Dickens and the eponymous Christmas Carol, it's highly likely that Christmas might have died out as a holiday. But thanks to Dickens basically re-centralizing and bringing back all the pagan leftovers from previous Yule and solstice ceremonies, we got our modern notions of Christmas not from Christianity, but from attempts by people like Dickens to keep the tradition alive in spite of the moralistic fuddy-duddies of his day.
Pretty much. Like, it also helps that it's super secular as well. So people who don't identify as Christian or who are from other religious backgrounds can like indulge in it,
Yeah, because the shit that actually matters about Christmas has no fucking thing whatsoever to do with Christianity or with any particular religion because it's a human universal. Every culture has winter solstice festivals, and most of those cultures most of those traditions involve traditions of hearth, home, and gift giving or some kind of Thanksgiving with regards to the sort of thanking the powers that be of nature for not killing everyone this winter.
Pretty much. It's one thing that makes holiday. It's one thing that's universal about like cultures is that it's just the spirit of wanting to be together and spending time with your family. That's such a universal trait. It doesn't really matter what form it takes.
And also celebration, feasting, and general hedonism, because
I love hedonism. Even
the world is dark and cold. Let's party hardy, and then it won't feel so fucking terrifyingly cold and dark all the time.
I love hedonism, even though Dalton thinks it's cringe. There you go.
I mean, hedonism as a like formal philosophy is very much cringe. The like human tendency for constructive excess in that way, in like a celebratory excess sort of way, is one of the defining things that makes us human as a species, and I genuinely do love it. I just don't think we should consider it a moral virtue or even in the same category as morality.
All right.
In any case, let's get down to the people of Wales apparently thinking that that not enough Christians means no Christmas.
Jesus, they find the frumpiest looking women for these fucking pictures. Holy shit!
They
That
do.
one on the end looks like That one on the end looks like someone's grandmother or
Um,
wine.
Which end?
The well in the blue there.
Oh, I thought you were talking one on the left.
Yeah, I mean, she also looks like someone's aunt. Like, oh my god, she does. Look at that.
That like I genuinely think there's some physiognomy with moralistic Herodins, because no matter which kind of moralistic Herodin you're talking about, whether it's the Helen Lovejoy style Family Values Tradcons, or whether it's the critical theory Gurma feminism social justice types,
They all kind of look together. They all kind of look alike, right?
they all look as though someone has slowly dragged out their soul over the course of the last decade.
I wonder if you can attribute that to the sort of weird moral puritanism that they all sort of hold as like a virtue for some reason.
Yeah, I think it just ultimately turns out that moralistic authoritarianism isn't good for lack of a better word, the soul. Like, it actively harms the people who engage in it. It seems
Pretty much, and it just turns them into these just
it turns them into something that looks like a villain from a fucking storybook.
Actually, speaking of which, did you guys see the thing I sent you like Friday?
I thought you wanted us to wait until the show. That's why I didn't watch it.
No, the Reddit thing I sent.
What Reddit thing you sent? Let me see.
The thing with like someone created images of Wes Anderson if he had directed a Batman movie.
Oh my god, that sounds amazing!
Dude, that was so cool. That's why I sent it. I thought you guys would find that really cool looking. You know what? If we have time, I'll put it up on the stream when, like, maybe after.
Wes Anderson just needs to make more movies in general. The man doesn't make enough movies.
Honestly, God, I want to get into this, but I want us to at least cover a little bit of this article first.
Right,
let's actually address the topics at hand, and then if we have time
can I
afterwards.
say something that makes me really sad?
Sure.
Real quick. Okay, like James Cameron is a perpetual disappointment when you realize he was the one who produced who brought us the Lolita Battle Angel fucking movie. Like, it's such a disappointment to know that.
To be fair, he had a lot of assistance from Robert Rodriguez on that one.
All right. Okay.
Actually, fun fact: in the rewrite I'm doing of the Power Rangers 2017 movie, I actually made Robert Rodriguez the director of that.
Nice, because like James Cameron is so just disappointing lately. Like testosterone is toxic and needs to be exercised.
We'll cover that in January once we're out of holiday mode. Corrupt. I'm planning on putting that in the show for January.
Oh my god, I have to watch fucking Avatar 2, don't I?
Yes,
God, I have to watch it.
We have to subject ourselves to it so we can
what do you
rip it apart in a review form.
I need to watch Avatar. Like, I am not looking forward to watching Avatar 2, to be completely honest with you, because it's so just.
No one is.
Right.
No one is.
Okay. Anyway, off topic, but
yeah. Anyway, back to moralistic Herodins wanting to cancel Christmas because of Christianity, which is literally the mirror image opposite of Oliver Cromwell's reason of it's not Christian enough, so why not get rid of it? God damn.
It's weird. It's like a weird mirror image. Oh my god.
Horseshoe theory gets over exaggerated sometimes, but with regards to moralistic authoritarianism, it literally does seem like it. I think what it ultimately is I occasionally refer to it as moral Mad Libs, because they don't really change the functional, mechanical parts of the sentiment they're using. They just change out the terminology or the direction the compass happens to be pointing. Instead of the Aryans being oppressed by the Jews, it's the it's the women being oppressed by the men and yada yada. Like you can literally just take terminology from one, swap it out for terminology from another, and it's the exact same goddamn
It's
article.
the exact same shit. Yeah, I agree.
All right.
Go ahead, Brainstormer.
Okay. So the subheader says they say many people feel left out and excluded from the celebrations, while their own religious or spiritual festival is ignored.
Who and why and how?
Okay.
Like I've known many pagan people or like neo-pagan people, occultist people, just generally like spiritual in a non-Christian way people in general. They all, first of all, most of them acknowledge that 90% of the shit that is quote unquote Christmas is actually stuff that comes from older festivals. And even beyond that, they have no problem celebrating their shit alongside Christmas shit. Because Christmas, again, is of a holiday that really has nothing to do with Christianity.
A lot of Japan is Buddhist, and they love the shit out of Christmas.
Yeah. So it's like who and how and where, like, and Muslims even have Ramadan, so it's not like they're not getting in on the action in some degree anyway. So.
I've seen anime that have done Christmas specials.
Yeah, because they really love Christmas. I mean, it's a fun fucking holiday. You get shit. Like people pretend to like each other for a little bit more.
Hearth and home and togetherness and also
Exactly. You get
celebration
to
and feasting and gifts and debauchery. Like what's not to love?
I feel like you guys have very different experiences with Christmas than I have.
Like your experiences, man. You want socks for Christmas. I'm sure
you don't have any particular ambition when it comes to holidays. Like
okay, I take offense to that. Halloween. That's really the only one.
Okay, fair enough. But apart from Halloween, you don't really have ambition when it comes to holidays. And while again, there's a part of me that like thinks like a Buddhist that finds that somewhat admirable. The other part of me is like, but you're my friend. You should be spoiled for holidays because you're my friend, and that's how that works.
Again, there's also just nothing that I want from this year. Like, there's nothing that's come out that makes me want anything.
I feel like your attitude is kind of reflective of my own. Sometimes when I have nothing that I want, and people are like, "What do you want?" I'm like, "Nothing." Like, my sister asked me, like, "What do you want for your birthday?" And I said, "I don't know. I'll tell you when it comes around, maybe."
See, that's the thing. I think the difference for me is I don't have a problem searching for things, and also generally because my standards are so, for lack of a better word, posh and fancy. I often find that I like find things at random that I want.
What do you want for Christmas, Dalton?
But I have an entire Christmas list still.
Send me your list.
Oh, sweet summer child. But in any case, like I go an entire year without, like, I very rarely, if ever, ask for anything because I know that my birthday and Christmas are coming. And the thing that's great about Christmas that makes it better even than my birthday, in my opinion, is Christmas is a time for asking for things that not necessarily you need, but that you just want. I.e., you can ask for more extravagant things on Christmas that you wouldn't be justified in asking for at any other point in the year. So like for me, coming up with a list of things that I want for Christmas is not hard because I basically just go through the list of all the things that I didn't ask for previously throughout the year, and I go, okay, I'm putting this there, I'm putting this there, I'm putting this there. Or sometimes I'll have things that I want to put on my Christmas list, and even I'm like, no, asking for that this year is a little bit too So I have like stuff that didn't make it on the last year's Christmas list, then make it onto this year's, or so on.
All right,
That's how. And again, maybe it's because I'm a fancy fucker and I have posh, extravagant taste. But yeah, it's never difficult for me to come up with things to want for Christmas. I actually have a harder time with my birthday because I do limit myself more on my birthday. whereas I feel freer to be more extravagant on Christmas.
Well, send me your list so I can see. So send me your list so I can get you something.
No.
Why?
Well, for one thing, I'm pretty sure pretty much everyone in my family is getting me the stuff on my list already, so I'd have to come up with something else for you to get me if I was going to send it to you.
Uh,
Because I don't want there to be doubles, and I also don't want there to be like, well, why did you ask me for this when you knew your friend was already getting it for you? And I'd just be like, I I I don't control what other people do. What do you want from me?
well, they're my friends. So I wanted to get you something.
Yeah. That's what I told Brainstormer last year when I got him the custom mask thing. I'm still planning on things for this year for him.
Right.
Like, what do you
I'm
want,
back, by the way.
Brainstormer? You're my friend. So what do you want, Brainstormer? Anything?
I'll be honest. I legitimately like the conversation Dalton and I had prior to stream. I literally just remembered I haven't done my Christmas list yet.
All right. Well, send me your list.
And see that this is why I made it a point to want to spoil Brainstormer because I think he's just I think for the most part he's just never he's such a humble person that it doesn't even occur to him to want things sometimes. And so I make it a point to kind of figure out what would make the most sense to get him, even if he wouldn't get it for himself.
Okay, sorry, I just moved back. One, hello, Dragon Turtle and Chrononaut. Good to see you guys. Also, I'm back, and I am currently making chocolate milk.
Nice.
Shut the fuck up, Dalton. I know what you're going to say.
It's a waste of perfectly good milk. Yes, that is what I am going to say.
No,
you
it
don't like
is not.
chocolate milk?
He doesn't like anything.
I just think that milk is tasty enough by itself. You don't need to add all sorts of accoutrements to it.
Jesus, you're boring. Anyway.
Thank you.
Jesus,
I drink like I drink like half a gallon of milk a day, guys. Don't underestimate me when it comes to milk.
Dalton is the kind of guy who'd be like,
I
love sandwiches. I
Oh,
love.
he hates sandwiches. He hates them.
Yes.
What?
You
With the exception of grilled cheese, because I'm not inhumane.
Jesus, you're a boring dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, just okay. Okay, so I'm gonna read these two comments from Giant Turtle, and then we'll move back. For the record, I have somewhat of a personal connection with chocolate milk because the first I drank Yahoo when I was a kid a lot.
I just like chocolate.
I'll be honest, not my favorite.
I like chocolate. It just doesn't have any place in milk.
It doesn't have any place in milk. What?
I don't know. Well, I don't know.
I don't like ketchup. That's like saying I don't like ketchup on my burger. Like,
oh yeah, no, I'm a plain guy when it comes to like eating.
Yeah, I don't like ketchup. Period. Ketchup is disgusting.
Jesus.
I prefer ketchup with fries. To be fair,
I like ketchup with fries. That's the shit right there.
I prefer barbecue sauce on my fries.
What the fuck?
You're like some sort of weird alien from another dimension.
This is what always happens when I talk about my food preferences.
All right, okay, so we're just gonna leave that for now, like a pin for a conversation for later.
Oh my god, yes. We need to talk to you later. Holy shit.
This is what happened when we did the Joker response video too. There was like a 20-minute section where we did nothing but talk about my food preferences.
That was 2 years ago. I'm just now realizing that.
Oh my god, was I there for that?
Yes, you were. You literally said this exact same shit all those years ago. Shit, I'm gonna have to send you that video.
Right. Anyway. Moving back to this, just Giant Turtle has a lot to say on your thing, Dalton.
So do I. Like, Jesus, I am deeply disappointed in you, Dalton.
Anyway, moving back. God, I should have microwaved this. I just realized. A group that works with organizations on issues of diversity and inclusivity says it may be time to cancel Christmas. The call comes after new statistics showed that less than half the population of England and Wales. This isn't even. You know what? Never mind. Population of England and Wales describe themselves as Christian in the 2021 census.
Yeah, and Christmas
Yeah,
as a holiday is less than 50% Christian. So
hold on. Just let me finish the sentence. Meaning that Christianity is now a minority religion there.
And that makes no difference whatsoever to Christmas because Christmas is less than 50% a Christian holiday.
I'm okay. So because Christianity is a minority religion, we shouldn't say this is kind of funny because if you were to like pose the same question about other minorities, what other minority religions or groups, they'd basically get angry at you and call
Like,
you
we can't celebrate Ramadan. Not enough percentage of people are Muslim.
a. No, exactly.
You get pilloried in effigy publicly over that shit.
This is the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard of. It's just like, oh, we can't celebrate Christmas, which is largely very secular anyway.
Yeah, I mean there are the strictly like secular pluralist aspects of Christmas, and then there are the 80% of the defining qualities of Christmas are pre-Christian, pre-Jewish in nature. The Christmas tree comes from the Celts. The Yule log comes from the Germanic peoples. Various traditions exist between all of them. Roman Saturnalia had some contributions before they converted to Christianity, and so much of what we define as Christmas is not even remotely Christian or even Abrahamic in nature. What the actual fuck?
Okay, I'm back. I microwaved my chocolate milk.
All right.
To be fair, it's the closest thing I can do to make hot chocolate. So,
what did you do with it?
Microwave it.
He's trying to replicate hot chocolate by using chocolate milk.
Oh.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
I need to send you a recipe for microwavable hot chocolate so this can never have to happen again.
I think you expect too much out of me, Dalton.
It's a recipe that uses a goddamn microwave. It's obviously not going to be that complicated.
Anyway, okay. Trying to set a few things here. It is the Wales Online. Of course, they would focus on it. And I don't know. SCWs turn on Qatar pretty quickly. Turned on Qatar pretty quickly with the FIFA thing.
For the World Cup thing. But nevertheless, when outside of Muslims' tendency to resist wokification, they consider Muslim culture to be a minority religion or a minority culture that they usually lionize whenever possible.
Pretty much, yeah, because it's not Christian.
And when you consider the fact of how comparatively unreligious Christmas is compared to Ramadan, there's actually a stronger argument to be made for not celebrating Ramadan because not enough people are Muslim in a country rather than not celebrating Christmas because not enough people are Christian in a country. Because Christmas, like the defining characteristics of Christmas are not Christian. They're partly pagan and partly secular. Or rather, not even pagan. They're pre-Abrahamic. I don't like using the word pagan because it has too many modernistic connotations. But as in like pre-Abrahamic polytheism. Most traditions from Christmas come from that rather than Christianity.
What's funny about that is that a lot of what's funny about that is that they defend Muslim religion, but that's also a part of just the Abrahamic religion. So
yeah, they will lionize the radical, inbred step cousin of Christianity, but woe betide you if you ever actually defend anything Christian. And again, I'm speaking as an occultist and a polytheist. I don't have a dog in this particular game, but it is jarring to me that they bitch and they moan about how backwards and traditionalistic Christianity is, and then they lionize a religion that is still in many ways stuck in the goddamn like latter part of the Dark Ages.
Pretty much, yeah.
Anyway, shall we continue?
Yes.
Yes. Go
Okay.
ahead.
But the UK still has a heavy emphasis on celebrating the birth of Jesus, according to Watch This Space, an award-winning diversity and inclusion consultancy. I think that's
Okay.
it.
Okay, this is confusing me because normally these sort of woke articles are the first to point out that Christmas actually has very little whatsoever to fucking do with the birth of Jesus. And yet now that they have an excuse to marginalize quote unquote white patriarchal culture, they're actually forgetting all the shit they usually say with regards to the fact that what we now call Christmas has more to do with solstice festivals like Yule and Saturnalia and the festival of Mithras rather than Jesus' actual birthday, because we can tell from astronomical mentions within the Bible itself that Jesus was likely actually born during the summer.
Because you have to, if you're trying to attack something, you can't put up the things that would actually hurt your argument. Sometimes
Right,
have,
but what I'm saying is they usually are the sorts of people that hyper focus on the historical stuff I just mentioned, and the frustrating thing here is those arguments are actually valid. The only difference between the social justice warriors and me is they look at those sorts of arguments and say, and that's why we shouldn't celebrate it. I look at that and say, that's what makes Christmas awesome. Like that's why we should keep it, because it's
no,
not
I hear
tied specifically to Christianity.
no, I hear what you're saying. My point is that like certain argument, you admit certain parts of an argument, even if you know that material, so that it strengthens what you're trying to say. It's what's typically.
I know it's just massively disingenuous, and I find it annoying when people will use different arguments from inside one position, even though those two different arguments counteract each other. Because then it's just like, well, it just drives my brain nuts, because it's like your one section of your argument is reliant on completely contradictory information and or suppositions than other parts of your argument. So either one of these arguments has to go, and given that one of these arguments has much less historical or logical backing, you should stick with the argument that actually makes goddamn sense.
You would hate the people that you would hate like the SJW people that I used to hang out with. Oh my god, you would hate them because they would purposely do shit like that to win arguments.
Like to paraphrase the mighty Sam Jackson, consistency, motherfucker. Do you speak it?
Like, oh my god, you would hate that because they would purposely do exactly that. They would understand the history of a particular topic, but then they would sort of like omit that history if it suit their argument. It was, oh my god, you would have hated those people.
Corrupt briefly went through an SJW phase, and he's been actively doing penance for it for years since.
Pretty much, yes.
Anyway,
Yeah, back to the grind.
they say from November onwards, decorations in town centers, the advertising on our televisions, the constant emails from retailers, all imply that everyone will be celebrating on December 25th.
Because people who aren't even Christian regularly do. One of the largest demographics that consume Christmas shit are atheists.
Yeah.
And that's not even counting all of the various like types of like pagans, neo-pagans, occultists, etc. that also regularly, or the people that don't really have any, that are just metaphysically neutral, i.e. they don't have an opinion on metaphysics one way or the other, who still love the traditions because the traditions have intrinsic value in and of themselves, because they are human universals and have their roots in, at the very least, evolutionary psychology, if not objective metaphysical truth.
So if I may understand the entirety of this article, basically, right? So the entirety of this article is that Christmas, since because it seems like it's going into several different directions, since most people aren't Christian, we should cancel Christmas. Is that where they're going with this article? Because
It seems
kind
to
of
be,
all over.
even though like 70% of Christmas as a tradition isn't Christian either.
Yeah, it just sounds so all over the place with what they're saying.
Yeah, well, to be fair, that does seem to be like a lot of articles that we've tackled before.
Again, the endless plea of logical consistency, motherfucker, do you speak it? is what I'm saying in response to this. Anyway, moving forward.
Yeah. I really just want to get to all the trailers we have because that's better than this.
Yeah, most of the trailers we found this week are positive in nature.
Nice.
So, because I mean, there's plenty of Christmas is problematic articles, and we're going to space them out throughout the month probably.
Yay.
Yeah. Exactly. That's how I feel. Yay. Just excited.
All right. Yeah, but they say many people feel left out and excluded from the celebrations while their own religious or spiritual festival is ignored, and more feel under pressure to spend large amounts of money for no real reason. Okay, Dom, before you say something, can I add something here?
Please.
Go ahead.
Maybe it's just me and kind of my own personal thing of like it's kind of seems similar to how I've kind of viewed religion in recent years, as it more depends on the individual and how they celebrate it. Like it doesn't need to be like this grand thing. It's kind of why like I've kind of fallen out of like this basic like church. It's why I don't go to church really anymore. I kind of find it more important to,
It's.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the words here. My mind just blanked for some.
No
You care more about actually being a good person than you do about the religion.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Okay, and now that Brainstormer has said his thing, let me.
All right. I want to say one thing right quick. I'm sorry to.
No, go ahead.
All right, I want to say one thing right quick. I find it interesting how the oppression narrative is weaved into so many of these articles in so many ways. Like they're a minority, but they're still oppressing everyone else, so we should cancel them. It fascinates me, to be honest with you.
Yeah. But and here's the other thing. Again, I must question who and why, because atheists don't have a problem with celebrating it because they find it awesome, because it is awesome. Pagans and like various kind of occult practitioners don't have a problem with celebrating it because A, they know the history, and B, they find the traditions to have value in and of themselves. Like neutral, just non-committed to any particular faction people don't have any problem celebrating it because they find the value of the traditions themselves. Like who and why is the question I have in response to that, because I am about as minority as you can get. Like I don't even identify as a pagan. I identify as a polytheistic occultist, and even I'm sitting there like, no, Christmas is awesome because it's actually kind of a stealth occult bomb in otherwise secular or Christian cultures.
I feel as if this is more of a we are offended on behalf of a minority type of article
that doesn't functionally exist, and that's the issue. Because I mean, if they could point to actual people who were offended or marginalized by this, I would at least be willing to listen to the arguments. I would not be afraid to rebut the arguments as and when those arguments made no sense, because it's what I do. But I would at least acknowledge that this is a thing that exists. I am 90% sure that this is a minority that we want to exist, and therefore we are ideologically willing them into existence, more or less. rather than people actually being offended. Because I've always been fascinated by the history of holidays even before I was a practitioner. And then when you consider, having learned everything I've learned since becoming a practitioner, I'm just sitting there like, I've talked to people from all over the fucking shop on this. Like, I've known Jewish people who celebrate Christmas just because it's awesome. Like,
Eh, I
like
would
there is functionally no minority of people who would otherwise want to celebrate Christmas that can't. None. Except for
I
maybe Muslims because of Ramadan, but that's honestly at that point that's on them. Because
I
again, I know Jews who will gladly celebrate Hanukkah and Christmas. So what the fuck now?
I would hazard to guess the people who are who are acting on behalf of are probably your the same people we always kind of like know it, right? It's the sort of upper middle class, blue-haired millennials who are offended by everything. That's basically what.
Which ironically is also the demographic writing these articles. So
Yeah,
basically, they're they're they need the moral force or the moral authority of a minority to speak on the behalf of, and they ideologically think that that minority should exist, and so they're just going ahead with the presumption that they do exist, even though categorically no such people exist outside of social justice circles. None.
yeah.
No
I
point.
mean,
Niet.
that's basically how it was presented to me when I was a part of these circles. It was more like people who acted kind of on your behalf more so than you having an opinion. And if you did have an opinion, they would just kind of call you like a race traitor, even
Yeah,
though
internalized
yeah,
oppression, yada yada yada.
yeah,
But I find this one particularly fascinating because if there was such a group of people, I would know about it because again, I've been all over the shop on this particular point. But they are so convinced that this minority should, in theory, exist that they don't even feel the need to verify that it does. Is the fascinating thing.
that's why I found it interesting. That's why I made the oppression comment earlier, because it's like we're rebelling on your behalf, but on behalf of who? Because the
No
Christian,
such person exists, or
exactly.
vanishingly. Basically, you're being offended on the behalf of yourself, but you need the moral authority of some wider demographic to speak on the behalf of. So
Exactly.
you're ideologically presuming that they must exist, and therefore feel no need to verify whether they actually functionally do exist.
Exactly. Christmas is so widely accessible for so many different reasons. It's not like, oh, everybody's forced to go to church and then pray to the baby Jesus,
No, like
before presents and shit.
again, Christmas was at one point banned in England because Oliver Cromwell thought it wasn't Christian enough and had too many pagan roots. And on both points, he was correct, but he was wrong in that it was a bad thing. It's literally a yes, Christmas is non-Christian and has too many pre-Christian roots, and that's probably a good thing.
It's like that's why I kind of come to the conclusion that this is more or less about the writer's perceived need to defend some minority because they themselves are probably offended by it because they're a part of the journalist class which is offended by anything that they
Yeah,
find.
we're offended on the behalf of people that don't exist, but that should exist. And since they should exist, we're going to try and inflame any people who might exist on this spectrum,
Yes, exactly.
so that we can then point to them and go, see, we found the people who are offended by this,
Right.
even though they're pointing basically to themselves. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. I also got a hat on now. Yeah, I obviously can't see it, but it
Tell
was
me
kind of
about
cold.
that.
Yeah, it's my Umbrella Academy skull cap.
Ha.
Ugh, shit. All right.
Anyway, moving on.
Watch this space. Watch this space says that at work these issues are loaded into a pressure cooker. Hog highlighting.
What? What are you reading?
HOJH lighting. I don't.
Where is that? Is that in the article?
Yeah, it's in the article. Like it's right here.
Where? Let me see. Hog highlighting?
No.
Oh,
Yeah,
what is that?
Yeah, I have
Yeah, it's
no
hog
freaking idea.
highlighting. I think.
Hold on.
What's
Yeah,
that?
but I'm not sure what that actually is. Is the
Let me
thing.
look it up.
I'm looking it up right now.
All right. Hog highlighting. A lot of these articles are like some of them are very go.
I think they misspelled highlighting.
Say that again.
I think they misspelled highlighting.
Hog highlighting because you can't find can't find anything on it.
I see. This is how you know these people are basically the modern aristocracy, because they use a word so niche and so, for lack of a better word, like posh and bougie, that even I, who will, without even realizing it, use bougie language.
I can't even find
don't
it
know.
anywhere.
There's no that is not a word. They literally misspelled highlighting.
Yeah, which means that, again, same rejoinder as ever there was. You guys are allegedly professional journalists, and you are paid like it. So get thee an editor. God damn it.
Let me see. Hog highlighting. Yeah, I've tried to find that word. It's like it doesn't exist.
No.
Yeah, get thee to a spell checking app. Seriously.
Hog lighting. Yeah.
I don't know. So yeah, I think they fucking misspelled.
I mean, like, they're paid a lot of money. Like, journalists are paid like a lot of fucking money to write these shitty fuck articles. But like,
you know what's weird? I was in high school. I think I was a fucking sophomore. I took a journalism class. It wasn't crap, by the way. I actually learned a lot in that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Before the dark times, before the critical theory.
If you cleared demographic data on your staff, you probably already have a good idea. Like, it's what's interesting is that, like Dalton said, some of these articles have like a lot of research into them, like into the history of the thing. So they're aware of what they're talking about. It's just with this, or like with articles like this, where they're probably aware of the history of the thing they're talking about, they choose to omit.
They're choosing to either be ignorant themselves, which is entirely possible, or they're choosing to make other people ignorant. They are literally uneducating people, because most people, ever since like the early 2000s, when the History Channel made a point of referencing this a lot, most people now, it's just common knowledge that Christmas is rooted in like pre-Christian traditions.
Pretty much. It's like that's one of the reasons why I'm of the opinion that like this article does this specifically to strengthen their argument for why they want to put forth the thing they do. I know you personally don't like that, and I don't like that either, but it's something that I've noticed because like those are kind of my unfortunate early roots on the internet when it comes to argument are people who do that type of
thing. Yeah. I'm willing to chalk it up at least partially to some kind of cognitive dissonance, but
I mean that's fine too.
Even then, it's like these again, as of like 2003, when the History Channel and the Discovery Channel and the Science Channel and everything else like made a habit of, what are the origins of holiday sort of specials. They did one for Halloween, they did one for Christmas, etc. Like, this is relatively common knowledge among anyone who's even remotely interested in finding out the answer. And even then, after that era, the internet became so commonplace that it's literally a Google away.
It's one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons why It's one of the reasons why I'm less willing to say it's just. I mean, there might be some cognitive dissonance, involved because there always is in these types of things. But I'm less. But because of how widely known this topic is, I'm less
Willing to give them the
willing
benefit of
to.
the doubt.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm well aware that I'm probably more just by my own choice and my own tendency to do rabbit hole levels of research on things. Like, I'm well aware that I'm probably more erudite on this particular topic than most people generally, but I'm also aware that most people have some common knowledge at this point that Christmas has non-Christian roots. So much so the trad cons constantly bitch about it still. So, if it's common enough knowledge that even the trad cons in their, ostrich headed fucking echo chambers are becoming forcefully aware of it, then basically everyone who has any interest or engagement with this holiday at all knows at this point. Like, it is known, Khaleesi, to borrow a Game of Thrones meme. Anyway, moving forward. Hello?
I think Brainstorm has stepped out for a second.
Okay, well then we can
I'm back.
continue just okay.
Sorry, had to
Throw away your or put your cup in the dishes or whatever.
Oh no, I did that like 30 minutes ago. I just had to take care of something else.
Okay. Anyway, moving forward.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I usually figure you guys can talk for a lot longer. So.
Yeah.
All right, we can talk for a lot longer if you want to.
No.
He doesn't need us to now. He was just hoping we would fill the dead air, and we mostly did.
Okay, all right.
Anyway, moving on.
Watch this space says that at work, these issues are highlighted. No, these issues are loaded into a pressure cooker, highlighting people in the team that don't celebrate at this time of year, forcing them to either conform to a religion they don't believe in or stand out as a highly visible minority amongst their teammates.
Again,
hold on.
Go ahead.
Who may well be labeling them Scrooge. There.
Again, to whom are you referring other than yourself? Because literally everyone has some angle by which they can participate, whether it's the entirely atheistic secular, evolutionary psychology or Jungian archetypes people, or whether it's the atheists who don't give a fuck and just enjoy the traditions because the traditions have value in and of themselves, or whether it's the the polytheist pagans, occultists, etc., who know the history of the holiday and are usually quite gleeful in the fact that most of Christmas isn't Christian in any sort of way, or whether it's the Christians who are, very religiously motivated, or whether it's the Christians who are just casual, or there is literally no combination of demographics that you can't either fit Christmas into or tack Christmas onto, because again, I've known many, many Jewish people who celebrate Hanukkah and Christmas because they find Christmas to be awesome, and they're right, And I'm sure there's extremely secular Muslims or extremely moderate Muslims who celebrate Ramadan and Christmas. There is a very, very minimal to non-existent demographic of people to which you are referring, and I'm tempted to think that it's just you specifically and people who are in your general sphere of influence.
Pretty much. A lot of it is probably guilt, basically. That's honestly what I think.
Because the only people who don't have some vector of why to celebrate Christmas are the people who actively choose not to out of spite. There are some asshole atheists, maybe for example, probably TJ Kirk. or somewhere in there that might actively refuse or refrain from celebrating anything Christmassy
Yeah,
out of spite, or there
yeah,
might be some social justice types who actively refuse to celebrate Christmas out of spite because oppression, patriarchy, Western values, etc., etc. Like, but other than people who actively choose to disdain from it out of spite, or have some other religious um motivation that predates Christmas in some way, and they you're literally talking about either fundamentalist atheists, fundamentalist social justice adherents, or fundamentalists of other religions. Everyone else, like the moderate people of most religions, the non-religious, the anti-religious, like everyone else can find a reason why Christmas is awesome and to be venerated.
I thought about maybe approaching this from even if I were to try to approach this from a more devil's advocate position, I really can't because Christmas, like I said previously, is such an accessible religion. I'm sorry, it's such an accessible holiday because it's been so secularized around the world that. I mean, outside of, like you said, being a fundamentalist of some religious sect, it's kind of hard to have an issue with Christmas. Like, and the thing is, like, because Christmas is basically just being with your family and giving each other gifts, there
Yeah.
isn't even really a religious aspect to it for a lot of people.
If you want to enjoy Christmas, the doors are open for you to do so. The only people don't who don't take Christmas up on that offer are people who actively do not wish to. And you're free to have that position. I think you're missing out on one of the great universals of human nature. I'm gonna say that. I genuinely think that if you don't avail yourself of it on some level and you have the option, you're missing out. But you're free to have the spiteful, fuck the patriarchy, fuck the religion, etc. Like you're free to be the most dyed in the wool, like Christopher Hitchens on fucking punk rock, or most like PhD in gender studies opinion you want. But it's not because you're being oppressed. It's because the offer was made to you in dozens upon dozens of ways, and you chose to abstain. And I'm sorry, but your choice to choose to abstain from Christmas and its awesomeness is not a convincing enough argument by itself.
If I were to try to understand this, I think the only way I can understand this is this, because I've heard this argument before. The with some people, I guess the idea or the argument, as I understand it, is that there is this pressure to conform to Christmas, and if you don't like Christmas for its its supposed Christianness, that pressure still applies to you, and you must still conform. And because they feel, I guess, bothered by it in some way, it still makes it an oppressive holiday.
My
That's the
o-
only thing I can understand.
my only
That's what
my,
I understand from this.
my only response to that is literally the Scrooge position. And I'm sorry, but in this case, the only thing you could possibly be quote unquote forced into is a source of joy for in so many different ways that like it's literally like going, "Wah, I don't want to be happy. Stop trying to make me happy." Well, I mean, you're free to be a miserable misanthropic wretch, but can you do so in a way that doesn't bring everyone else down? Because that's the thing. I don't have a problem with people who just for whatever reason choose to quietly abstain and don't really like all the the people who essentially do take the Ebenezer Scrooge. It's all commercialist. It's all it's a poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. Like the like if you want to go the straight up Ebenezer Scrooge route, that's fine. But I'm gonna do my best to convince you, like Fred in Christmas Carol tries to convince Scrooge, that you're kind of missing out on something, and you're only like you only make yourself miserable. And B, can you not just do it quietly instead of trying to drag everyone else? Because that's the thing. They don't want to just have the freedom not to engage.
Yeah.
They want to have everyone else like walk on eggshells around them, and or they want to convert everyone else to the Scrooge's position. And the Scrooge's position is not palatable for not even the majority of people. Like it's not palatable for anyone who doesn't have an active spite against it.
So here's an interesting comparison I just thought up about this position that because like Dalton also sort of inspired his remarks also sort of inspired this. I think the best way to understand this is kind of like, okay, so we all know about like Elon and like the blue check marks fleeing Twitter and shit like that. Okay.
Oh
So,
yes, the fireworks from that is just it's glorious.
They are, but so basically, what happened was this, right? They went to Mastodon, which is for the sake of conversation, just another website to go to, another social media site. So, but one of the Mastodon, I think it was like the admin or a mod, basically made a tweet. I'm sorry, a post, and it was like, and it went around Twitter, and basically it was this. Please stop reporting people for saying things that upset you. If you don't like what someone says, just block them, because I'm going to start banning you if you keep wasting my time. Like, if you don't want people to say anything, make that Elon's problem, not mine. And this isn't like exactly what he said, but it's almost exactly what he said. And the gist of what I got from that is that people like this are bothered by the existence of a thing, sort of like how people on Twitter, or those types of people on Twitter, were bothered by your existence on the platform. So it's not enough to simply abstain quietly from something or to just block
They
that
have
person
to
and move
destroy it.
on. Yeah, it has to be gone, because if it isn't, because like it existing is a negative to other people who feel the way that they do.
Purge the infidels.
Yeah, it's a really awful way of living, but like that is at least how I understand this person's argument. Is that it's better if it's just gone, because even if I abstain, so it's like this, even if I abstain from it, its influence is still around me, so it would be better if it wasn't gone and I would not have to think about it. I'm so sorry for taking so long to explain that, but like it's there we go.
Moving on.
It's like they take it personally that something exists, even if it's outside of their like sphere of influence whatsoever.
Yes.
Like the very fact that someone somewhere that I don't know, that never has any relevance to me whatsoever, is still engaging with ideas I don't like or practices I don't like, is the devil. It's like they give themselves a panic attack over the fact that anyone who thinks differently from me exists.
Yes, that's exactly that's exactly it. Yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead. But it's just Dalton just articulated exactly what I was trying to say perfectly. Thank you,
Dalton. I just like, because there's a lot more of this article, because I think we're in like the introduction to it.
Oh God. Yeah, we're gonna have to move a little bit more quickly.
All right, this is a long fucking article. Oh my
well, they love to hear themselves talk, don't they?
Yes, they do.
It's like the one Halloween one we covered a month ago or so, where she was like tying in the witch trials for no good reason and tying in fucking other entirely unrelated things.
Also, fun fact: I literally started my Christmas list as we were talking.
Good.
Don't worry, I got actually things for myself. Okay.
All right, you actually got something that ain't socks, right?
For the record, I never asked for. Well, okay, no, I did ask for socks, but last year I had a real.
His socks had a bunch of holes in them and shit.
All right,
Also, I lost a lot. Apparently, I don't fucking know.
In any case, let's boogie on this article so we can at least get to like the halfway mark before we have to split it.
Great. All right. Watch the Space is, but they wrote us. What the fuck? Get
me to a goddamn editing program, please.
Let me see, because like, what is Wales? Because it's interesting because these are like articles that people are supposed to read, and they're just so like unprofessionally written.
I don't fucking know, man.
Watch this. Watch this. What the hell is that? What?
Space. I think that's how they write the title.
Oh, said we don't have to cancel Christmas altogether, but perhaps it is time to rethink how we celebrate.
Well, I was getting there. I was just pointing out the word after Watch This Space is us and not is.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I have a thing with grammar. Okay, I had that shit drilled into my head when I was taking writing classes in school. So
we all did. It's just surprising that some people either didn't have good enough teachers that did drill them on it, or unlearned what they learned when they got to college.
Yeah, because God, dude. Anyway, Watch This Space is encouraging organizations to reconsider their approach to the festive season. Co-creator Allegra Chapman said, "Christmas can be a time of fun and joy, but it's also filled with stresses, challenges, and discomfort." Okay, not wrong. I will grant that.
I mean, sure, but literally everything that requires large amounts of effort has
I'm sorry.
unfortunate like opportunity cost, to use an economics term.
Don, big question. Have you ever been in a store during Christmas time?
Oh, it's awful.
Dude, I fucking just the lines are always the biggest fucking issue for me.
Pretty much, it's just
I
like
legitimately, I fucking just
thank God for online shopping mitigating some of that.
pretty much, yeah. Like I can like online.
yeah, we don't do online shopping.
Oh, you know what's unfortunate about that, right, Dalton? When your family relies on you to do the online shopping for them because they don't really understand how to do it themselves.
That I mean I've never had that, but I understand that.
It probably would be you in your family brainstormer if that ever happened. Because you're always on the fucking computer and shit, so they probably think you know about how that shit works.
Oh my God, everyone assumes I know so much shit.
About the internet and shit?
About how to use a computer.
You're always on the computer. Surely you know how to use it, right? Like,
yeah, it's not like how I don't know how to I don't know how to like cross-reference shit or fucking hack a computer. I just know how to type shit.
It's kind of like with me with like graphic design work and shit, right? They're just like, oh, you do graphics design work. You can surely use a computer. I can make things for your website.
Yeah, if you have the appropriate program, I could use that. But otherwise, fuck.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like Neo from the Matrix. I can't like be one with the machine.
Yeah, I think that's what every like old person who doesn't know how to use a computer.
Well, it's because all those like daytime TV shows, whenever they show someone using a computer, it's always the like over dramatic. Well, I enhance the image by like over pixelating, or I was able to put this code in here, and that I was able to edit the HTML, and now it's like now the computer is fucking magic.
Dude, I can kind of know how to print stuff, but I don't know how to fucking code shit.
So basically,
The most I know is because I was in my high school robotics class. I do know a little bit about coding
I'm sorry.
because I was
What the?
yeah, I had a robotics class in my school. It was cool.
I am so jealous of you right now.
But in any case, because I obviously wasn't much good at the actual machining part. I was the we built robots in like group projects, and whenever I was in a group, it was always my job to do the coding because I wasn't very good at the actual mechanical part, but I was very good at the coding part. Because most of coding is just logic, and so I do know a little bit about how to write robotics code, but I think even then it was only in this one particular program that we used. So that's about as far as my like classical like 90s style TV hacker thing goes. Is I know a little bit about robotics. And funny story actually while I'm talking about the robotics thing, this one time I spent like an entire class period writing this code, and then other people in my group assembled the robot, and for some reason the robot was driving backwards whenever they would put in the command on the road. So they come to me and they're like, "Well, you obviously did the coding wrong because it's driving backwards and shit and da 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 da." And so I go in and I look at the code and I edit the code and I redo the code like several fucking times.
Right.
And as it turned out, they had put the motor of the robot in backwards, so the code was fine. They were just putting it in a reversed motor. And I was so fucking mad at them for that because I'm like, I have fucking edited this goddamn code like 5 or 6 goddamn times. I've removed any redundant code. There's literally no way possible this code would not function the way it's supposed to goddamn function. And it turned out the motor was backwards. Fucking hell.
Yeah. God, you're a nerd.
Yes, I am. You're goddamn right.
Also, basically, I use my computer basically just a typewriter. That's basically all I really use it for.
So I do multiple things with since I do video editing, so I do multiple things with it. I do video editing, graphic design work because that's my job, and like some writing on the side. But writing is really neat because you can do it on a toaster, which is what this laptop is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I sympathize with that. Also, you're a graphic designer, correct?
Yes.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know that.
He edited some of my stuff for me a long time ago, back when I was actually still making fucking videos. I need to get back to making videos on my actual goddamn channel one of these days.
Yeah. Anyway, fucking me.
Hey, yeah. Moving on.
I'll be honest. I'm enjoying our sidebars more than I am this fucking article.
So yeah, I am, man. So am I.
But nevertheless, like it's got to be done. So let's.
God, this fucking thing.
This is so here's my issue with this article, right? Outside of it just being awful, it's so redundant. It's like they're making the exact same points over and over and over again, and it's like we just keep going the same points that they're making, and it's just like
Yeah, that's I have to agree. Like honestly, we deal with that like on a weekly basis, actually, with like so many articles, and
it's so pain, man.
Yeah. Okay. At the very least, I want to get through like Dalton said, half of this, so
we can at least justify splitting it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. All right. Rather than forcing everyone to celebrate in an old-fashioned way, in the name of just a bit of fun, there is a great opportunity for organizations to take a fresh look at how and why they bring their teams together. What the fuck?
Except for literally no one functionally has a problem with this.
The next sentence was, watch this space said we don't have to cancel Christmas altogether, but perhaps it is time to rethink how we celebrate it.
What does that mean? Like, how do you celebrate?
Oh, yeah, they were going to bring that up.
Alright.
So, all right.
I just don't see any reason why you would. Like, the Christians have the Christian aspects, everyone else has the secular and or pre-Christian aspects. Even most of the Christians can acknowledge that historically it has non-Christian roots, and
Also-
that's fine. So, like, what the hell?
Also, you also have to think about every individual that could make their own traditions for the holiday that are unique to themselves.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because there's so much mixing and matching that can go on here. Like, because like for example, my family has a fireplace. We only use it once a year, and that once a year is on Christmas Eve when we open our personal gifts from each other.
I wonder if the reason for this whole article is simply the fact that, like, when people like Avish Stripe think of like the patriarchal, like, whatever identity, they think of like Christmas because they think of the nuclear family, which they despise, and then they think of things like Christmas, which is a part of
They think of whiny tradcons is what they think. They think essentially of Pleasantville or Helen Lovejoy or fucking Gavin McGinnis style tradcons. That's probably what they think of.
I'm sorry. It's just when Corrupt said nuclear family, I'm reminded of the villains that in Titans from the first season.
Oh, Brainstormer, never change, my friend.
Oh my god, you watch Titans? That's amazing.
Well, I haven't watched it. I watched the first episode years ago to review against the Doom Patrol pilot as well.
I want to get into reviewing videos. Unfortunately, my editing software, I'm running basic right now, so I can't make it look really fancy, which is something I want to do.
I've never done it for my business.
But yeah, like, I'm thinking of reviewing Titans because, I mean, it was so bad. Like, especially the fact that Starfire kind of looks like a hooker.
Dude, I said that too.
Yeah, I don't understand why of all people they made Starfire a goddamn prostitute.
Which is so weird because the actress herself is very beautiful.
Yeah.
And it's not like they don't have, like, quote unquote modern points of reference for women being, like, look as cringy as OnlyFans is, or like Twitch thoughts are, they are very good at modernizing classical standards of beauty. They're very good at that. So, like, if you wanted to modernize Corgi's tendency to be over sexualized, which she does have Tamaranians in general apparently have a thing about being very open about sexuality, but that's part of her character. So, like, if you wanted to do that, then why not model it after the Twitch thought or the OnlyFans model?
No, I do have to agree with, like, a lot of people have said, like, New 52 is that they completely got rid of a lot of her character.
Yeah, New 52 fucked up a lot of things. New 52 was when they fully embraced the possession retcon of Dr. Fate too, which I like Young Justice, but Young Justice pissed me off by fully embracing the possession thing.
You liked Young Justice?
I liked Young Justice, and in theory I should love that they referenced Dr. Fate as much as they did, but I always hated whenever they would use Dr. Fate in Young Justice because they were going off of the New 52, and the New 52 fully embraced the possession retcon, which I fucking hate.
Wait, Young Justice is too woke for me, but, like...
No, it wasn't like that in, like, the first 2 seasons, but recently...
Oh, okay.
It wasn't like that until they got it to HBO Max. And
okay, never mind then.
When they revitalized it, because it got canceled after season 2.
You know why it got canceled? This is a funny thing about that. Because, like, toy sales, and because they kept attracting a female audience. I mean, the dudes are hot, so...
What?
Yeah, that's it. Like, because they attracted a female audience.
That's, oh my god.
I mean to be fair, Connor is very, very attractive. Yes, I can confirm this.
The guys are really pretty, so it makes sense that chicks would be into that.
I will say, season 2, I hated that they split Megan and Connor apart.
Yeah, that didn't make like they were like the, and I'm gonna hate myself for saying that, but or what I'm about to say, but they were like the ship of that series. Like everyone wanted Connor and Megan to get together.
Anyway, God, okay, just one more like paragraph, and then we'll call it for this one.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Here are some ways that organizations can make their festive season and the whole year more inclusive of everyone, according to Watch This Space. So this isn't even their own thing. They're literally borrowing from another.
I should have read the article a little closer, and then we could have just reacted to the Watch the Space article. But then again, this article does seem to take Watch the Space's point even further, because as they say, Watch the Space concludes that we don't have to cancel Christmas, whereas
Yeah.
they are literally saying, actually no, you're right about everything else, but we actually do need to. Which
Okay,
I think
the thing is, Christmas is, as Corrupt and I have been saying, and yes, I know, Dragon Turtle, I saw your comment. We might have been referencing its non-Christian roots more than to your liking, and yes, there is for me a little bit of Schadenfreude about that. But honestly, it's not a vindictive Schadenfreude. It's just it's funny how many Christians unknowingly engage in uh, in non-Christian shit. But honestly, 9 times out of 10, when I tell Christians about that, they just find the holiday even more fascinating. So like I don't try to do an Adam ruins everything on Christmas. I think that the ancient roots of Christmas make Christmas more fascinating. But I do acknowledge that I didn't want to acknowledge that I saw your comment there. But in any case, like literally everyone has some vector for enjoying this holiday. It is one of the most actually inclusive things you could possibly want. And frankly, your definition of inclusion is so moralistic and narrow, social justice in general, that you trying to make it more inclusive will actually alienate people, because you people do actually pull the Adam ruins everything approach.
what's funny about that is that, like, yeah, pretty much, to go on to your to add on to your point, I became like anti woke, quote unquote, because of social justice people. Like, I hated what it did to like the people that I used to interact with when I was going through my woke phase or whatever. And it sort of alienated me how like they became less like people and more like these weird guilt-ridden pod people who have to apologize for everything, and that just further and further alienated me. And then I looked at like the CG people and I was like, these people don't seem like Nazis, they seem normal. I'm going to go talk to them.
Yeah, like the people that you call the worst people possible are actually significantly more preferable than you. So bye.
I'm out. Yeah, pretty much. It was weird because like I hated how it just turns everyone into like this weird woke robot that just spouts the same fucking shit. It's like, oh my fucking god, bruh. Like,
It's the
not
death of freedom
everyone's
of
a
thought.
fucking Nazi. Say that
There
again.
is no such thing. It's the death of freedom of thought. There is no freedom of thought within moralistic cults.
There really isn't. It's
and
just
that
like,
and that's true of extremely devout tradcons as well. Before anyone accuses us of partisanship here, I think it doesn't matter the morality you're strict about. If you're being authoritarian and strict about morality, you will limit your range of thought, because most of the most interesting thoughts that anyone has ever had have been outside of whatever arbitrary restrictions there are. I.e., one of the reasons why holidays are awesome is because they're usually an excuse for decadence, excess, and feasting. Like that is what they always were for in pre-industrial cultures. So like by its very nature, that is necessarily going to be outside of what I'll be charitable and call asceticism, because that's ultimately like the best case scenario for hyper strict morality is it results in like monk style asceticism. But even then, that kind of asceticism can be taken too far and can be very, very self-destructive, and ultimately it does turn into that. When you try to be strict about your morality, not from your own choice, but because you think everyone should, like not containing it solely to yourself, but because you think it should be universalized, you end up destroying the possibility for creativity, because creativity necessarily needs to be kind of outside of norms and traditions, because
Pretty much.
otherwise they wouldn't be new or innovative or adding new meaning to the situation.
Pretty much, like I have no issue if, like, for example, you don't like chicks with like their titties flopping out or whatever. Like, if you don't like quote unquote sexualized women or whatever,
Yeah,
like,
if it's
like
your sensibilities,
that's
that's one
fine.
thing. But if you define yourself as superior because you have those sensibilities, or you try to like insist that the authoritarian mindset for me has always been, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but in my experience, I've studied psychology enough. I'm not a psychology person or anything, but I know enough about it in like a self-taught informal
Oh,
sense
I've looked into that too. That's interesting.
that it seems like most authoritarian responses are the reaction to fear, because
Yeah,
most authoritarian responses essentially function as the world is not to my liking, so I'm going to force the world to behave, and then I'm going to nail everything into place so that nothing can move from exactly how I want it. It's basically the like abstract equivalent of OCD, to the point you're so anxious or so fearful of anything being outside of your control or your sphere of influence that you feel the need to nail like the furniture to the floor, metaphorically
yeah,
speaking.
it's like a fear response. That's interesting because I've heard that too. That authoritarianism acts as like a fear response to things. That's why it goes beyond just being, sometimes it goes beyond just being able to have like a conversation with someone, because like if something affects a person on a deeply emotional level, it's hard to reason with that person. That's why some arguments you have to approach on a emotional level than one based on like logic and reason. Like you can have logical and reasonable arguments, but you
You
sometimes
have to hit people where they live, and sometimes people just
yeah
don't live in the reason dimension, and that's
it,
and that's
yeah
and that's fair enough. And to Dragon Turtle's point, because I saw a joke he made in the comments there, that is one of the reasons why I think uh, authoritarianism is a fear response, because usually when you get an honest authoritarian, like when you get people who say yes, I'm authoritarianism and I'm not apologizing, or yes, I'm authoritarian and I'm not apologizing for it, the crux of their argument usually turns into, if people have the freedom to defy my standards, or if people have the freedom to choose, period, they choose wrong, or they have the potential for choosing wrong. That usually tends to be the authoritarian's
yeah
like actual
yeah
argument is, if people have the freedom to choose, they choose wrong, so I'm just not going to give them the freedom to choose
yeah
because I'm that
that
convinced that I'm right.
Yeah, because like people's choices will lead to like the to be more dramatic, to like a societal collapse, or to be less dramatic, a negative like impact
Yes.
on
We,
society.
we, we, we just shouldn't let people make this mistake, because it's obviously a mistake and there are no positive aspects to it, Derp.
Hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Right. One more paragraph and then we can move on.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Number one, ask your staff what they want. That's honestly, that would make a lot of workplaces a lot better. Fair?
That would solve 90% of this, because I can guarantee you that in the majority of workplaces, everyone would be like, why the fuck would you have a problem with Christmas?
I mean, the stereotypical office party where everyone does some dumb shit.
Yeah, but for as cringy and annoying as that is, it's one of those things that people find annoying, but in an endearing sort of way. Like that, it's almost like complaining about the office Christmas party is part of the tradition of the office Christmas party. But if you honestly gave people the option not to have it, I don't think most people would take it.
Honestly, I wouldn't just show up. That's the whole thing.
I mean, that's basically all you can do if you're not if you're not interested in the office Christmas party, you don't have to show up. You know, you can opt to be like, for whatever reason, I just won't be a part of it. And it's not just, and the thing about like the office Christmas party, it's not just Christmas. It's just an excuse for people in the office to get together.
Yeah,
There,
again, the drinking and the snacks and the gifts and yada yada. Like again,
Possibility of
celebration as excess, basically,
uh,
and togetherness.
and
although
having fun together. Yeah.
I would never attend an office party mainly because I would never take an office job. I'd rather blow my own brains out.
Yeah, no. Cubicle work is my personal definition of hell. Like the only thing I hate more than the idea of ever doing cubicle work is the idea of ever doing physical labor. Like if those were my only two options, I would literally just suicide at that point. Like, so you're saying I could only do cubicle work or I could only do manual labor? How about fuck off? That's the answer I would give.
I think I think I'm going to just suicide by cop if I have to.
Yeah, like I'm just gonna run home and get my metaphorical gun. You can you can hold that thought. I want to hear more about these thoughts of yours, but I'm gonna need a gun in order to deal with them properly. Bang.
Anyway, let's read the reasoning for this thing. If you collect clear demographic data on your staff, you probably already have a good idea of the mix of religious festivals that are celebrated amongst the team. If not, that data will be invaluable in all sorts of ways, so now is a good time to start collecting it.
Okay, you took what on the surface was a reasonable point and you fucked it. Demographics are not teams. Just because you have broad demographic data on your workplace doesn't mean you know what the opinions of those people is actually going to be. What you just did, the fucking ideological rabbit hole you just went tumbling down, is you assumed that a given demographic means a given opinion, which basically amounts to the assumption that identities or demographics or demographic identities in particular are hive minds, and they're not. I guarantee you, the majority of the Jews you're going to meet in your workplace are going to be the I'm a very lax Jew and probably celebrate Christmas as well as Hanukkah type Jew.
Pretty much, yeah. It's interesting when they always make this assumption that, like you said, demographics are like some hive mind. Like the three of us are all very distinct identities, right?
And
But
we're very atypical identities as well.
exactly.
Like we are the niches that they should be pandering to in theory.
Exactly, but we don't share some like hive mind. Like Dalton doesn't share some hive mind with other people who have his disability.
No, in fact, frankly, I found that I have a genuine dislike for a lot of disabled people because a lot of disabled people use their disability as an excuse to get away with shit.
Although,
and it pisses me the fuck off.
This is like a pop culture thing that. Sorry, my mind just automatically went to Scary Movie 2 with the guy in the wheelchair and the guy with the weird hand, like the butler and stuff, like that little thing, like where they're basically insulting each other. It's funny to me. I'm sorry. My mind goes to weird places when things are brought up.
Yeah, no, I know, but that's exactly Corrupt's point. Like, you are inner city and Hispanic. Corrupt is a black guy from fucking Georgia. I am a crippled occultist from the most rural part of Pennsylvania. Like, in theory, we should be the demographics that they're pandering to. But I don't think any of us would have any problems with Christmas or basically any holiday be like I would even be interested to try and celebrate Ramadan just because I find it to be an interesting, like, I find Islam to be interesting even though I can't abide most of it, obviously, because I don't want to be decapitated for sorcery or thrown up a building for fucking being gay. But that's neither here nor there. But like don't think any of us would take an issue with the office Christmas party, other than just as an annoyance, like Brainstormer pointed out. But that's the thing. I assumed that by ask people what they want, they meant do like an office survey or throw a staff meeting, because both of those would be decent options. Like send out an email survey before the holiday season to see what people want to do, or call a staff meeting on a day when nothing else is going on and literally just ask the individual people. But instead, the assumption was do demographics research, because we can automatically assume that that X demographic has X sociopolitical opinion. Therefore, it decentralizes the fact that people are individuals entirely.
Pretty much. That's why I hate the whole diversity initiative group shit, because like it treats people not as individuals but like monoliths of a single identity, and then just bases their opinions on that identity.
Yeah, and usually the ideological conception of the identity doesn't even have any point of reference outside of like social justice circles.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like it's not even true in general.
Dragontail says y'all just internalized bigotry. Okay, you know what? I'm actually proud of that, because I actually got some really cool friends out of it.
Hey.
Yo. Yeah.
Oh no, I wasn't referring to you guys. I was referring to the guys in the chat.
That was actually pretty good.
I respect the shade you're throwing, sir, but I also take exception to it.
I'll be honest, I'm really proud of that. I did not think I was going to be able to sell that.
Yeah, no,
that was actually pretty good.
You successfully deadpanned that, but at the same time, fuck you, you bastard.
You know what? That was actually pretty good, because you got me. That was pretty good.
I knew what he was going for as soon as he said no, but I was genuinely like, oh, he's doing the thing.
There we go. But people aren't individuals, ? They are points of intersection of demographics, which are basically platonic concepts with the traits that we make up.
Yes, that is the rationale, and it like, even as someone who actually engages with like platonic understandings of magic and shit, that's not even how platonics works. Like the constructs that these people engage with are almost all either Hegelian, i.e., derived from Hegel's various theories on history and dichotomies, or they're the result of the Frankfurt School critical theory, which is in and of itself inextricably linked to Hegelian dialectics. So like it's not even as intelligent as Hegel's understanding of the forms, because Hegel's understanding of the forms would actually still be bound within logical parameters, i.e., you would have to actually demonstrate the common qualities involved. These people don't even ascend to the level of Plato. They wish they were Platonic, but they are not.
Right.
I mean,
hello, sorry. Just saying hello to Silvertongue Gaming, since they're here, and asked, what are we talking about? We're actually trying to wrap up this article midway through.
Because it is a long article. Holy shit.
Yeah, it because someone apparently got big mad over the idea that we should stop celebrating Christmas. And the answer is no.
Yeah. Granted, this is apparently in the UK than the US that I originally assumed. So I don't know how to feel that. Like, I don't think obviously Christmas should be canceled, but then again, it's in Britain, and I don't really care about them.
I mean, fair enough, but I don't really care where this is happening. I take issue with the fact that the justification for doing it is irrational. Like that's my thing. I don't need a large percentage of people to believe in something to call out people for being dumb. Like the very fact that someone can be that illogical triggers me.
Right. Okay, so let me read the last sentence of this paragraph, then we can move on.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, it's worth asking questions about how important Christmas is to them, whether they enjoy celebrating it at work, how they enjoy celebrating at work, what they don't, and what other festivals they would like to celebrate.
yes, you should ask the individual people. You should not defer to demographics data because identities, particularly demographical ones, because there is somewhat arguments for like more individuated identities that people actively choose to adopt. But with regards to demographics in particular, demographics are not teams. And
Yeah.
even if they were teams, there's no reason why they would be bound to social justice conceptions of those identities.
Here's something that this person wouldn't like too. If we went by demographic data, then they'd have to admit that Hispanics hate the term Latinx or Latinx.
Yeah, and they would also have they would also have to acknowledge, for example, that only like 20% of people in Britain and like 8% of people in America identify as feminists. So even if they wanted to claim some sort of feminine hive mind or feminist hive mind, they would have to acknowledge the fact that feminism does not speak for the majority of people within those demographics,
Pretty much.
not even women.
But
Also, did you say "fuck me, brainstormer"?
no. I said which I do when you said like
Oh,
uh
Latinx, yeah.
yeah.
Like a lot of Hispanics hate that shit. So,
Dude, it is so fucking dumb. I know
It's not even
previously, but God, I fucking hate that.
Yeah, no, the thing that bothers me about it, and I know I'm speaking from outside of the bubble here, but the thing that bothers me about it is not even the attempt to play the like ideology game. The thing that bothers me about it is that it's linguistically like a non sequitur.
yeah,
Like
that's
like
also what bothers me about it too.
Romance languages in general already have gendered terms for feminine, masculine, and neutral. If you, the word you're looking for in the context of Spanish language, if you want to degenderize Latino or Latina, is just simply Latin.
Latin,
Drop
yeah.
drop any signifier from the end of the word and the neutral word is just Latin. You are a Latin person. And I doubt that many people of Latin extraction would take issue with just being called Latin people or people of Latin extraction or whatever. You don't need to add an X. The neutral word is just without the modifier.
Pretty much. Anyway, I agree with both. I agree with both of you, honestly.
Okay, and now into the fun trailers because
Actually, well, I said I was gonna bring this up later. Just so before we do it, this is also something fun, which is the thing.
Santa Claus from that movie from before, or is that Violent Night?
Silent Santa Slays, which is where Santa Claus is a demon that lost a game of curling to an angel. That's had
Is the actor from Santa Slays also the actor from Violent Night?
no.
Okay.
He is
No, the actor from Violent Night is David Harbour. I don't remember who played Santa in Santa Slays.
I think he's
Goldberg. Goldberg played him.
I think
he's a wrestler.
I think he's a wrestler.
Bill Goldberg. Yeah.
Yeah. I was honestly wondering if anyone was going to catch on to that.
I knew I saw that version somewhere. I just couldn't place where because there are so many different iterations of Santa.
But yeah, there was we before we had even gone into the article, we had done a sidebar about something I had sent Corrupt and Dalton like Friday, which was someone apparently created like these images of like a concept of Wes Anderson directing a Batman movie. And I kind of want to show it here just because I said I was going to talk about it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And I found it really interesting. And maybe we could do a sidebar of like what kind of superhero property Wes Anderson can do.
Sounds good to me.
Think he'd be good. I think I've seen an image of him, his rendition of X-Men, and that looked really cool.
Yeah. What was it? Patrick Wilhelm?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did that?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like the guy much, but he's got good points. But yeah, I do think these are AI generated, and I don't really mind. For the record, I also want to point this out. I don't mind AI art. if it's more so to help with an artist in drawing, like give concepts. You know what I mean?
Then to replace an
Mhm.
artist, basically.
Mhm.
Yeah, like it not replacing the art or artist, but just helping them brainstorm stuff.
Mhm.
That was an unintentional pun, but yeah, this is like the first image, and like again, I was browsing Reddit because yes, I do that, but not stupidly.
Milady.
Huh? What'd you say, Crook?
I said Milady. Tips Fedora. Milady.
No, I just like rewrites of stuff I look on there and Red versus Blue stuff too.
oh, brainstormer, you sweet summer child, you.
Let me see.
Okay, but yeah, I thought it was a really cool design. Like Victor, it honestly looked kind of reminded me of like this image kind of reminded me of Gotham by Gaslight a bit. Like some of
It
these,
it it does have kind of of like a pulpy vibe or like a Victorian vibe to it, actually. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it does.
So that was the Batman one I found. Next one I believe is Robin.
Let's see, Robin.
There we go. It's weird. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean it's Wes Anderson, so of
But
course.
It looks. It looks like. I like how
It
this.
looks almost stop motiony to me.
It does. It looks like it belongs in the Pinocchio movie that came out.
Which
uh,
I still haven't seen because mom
I,
changed the
re-
Netflix password and I have yet to ask her for the Netflix password
I
back.
really want to see that.
Pinocchio movie, the one in the one with Tom Hanks or the one Guillermo del Toro's doing.
The one that Guillermo del Toro is doing.
Yeah, I need to get Netflix for that one. Giant Turtle, I hate AI art, but not because of itself, besides the body horror bugs, but how people are using it and how I know they will AI generate media in the future. Stealing everyone's content for source material and delivering good enough instantly and for free to displace all but the best human art, like how the mom and shop restraint was largely, I'm sure he's still writing it, so
Like honestly, at this point, if AI can do better at making art than people can, then I say good on it.
was largely out competed by fast food and these chain restaurants who are
I,
almost as bad health wise.
like.
It's good, so almost nobody cares. I mean,
I
I
mean.
to be
I
honest.
mean. Here's my thing.
Brainstormer has a fandom for like old school diners. He's talked about it many times with me.
Like, here's my thing, right? Like, AI art probably will do better than a lot of people who are starting art, but I don't feel like I also fear that people will be that a lot of artists will just be displaced by like AR art, especially those who do commissions and shit. But
Uh,
I
I,
think,
I,
but
Go
I
ahead.
think,
Sorry.
but I think this is what I think though. I think ultimately AI art is going to become largely commercial with people with like smaller people like who want like say art authors who want to put like art on their book covers like using it. I don't think it'll like completely replace a lot of traditional artists,
Yeah,
but I can see that concern.
I mean, I get it, but the thing is, and this is why I'm not hard on AI art because I actually foresee it having a positive effect on some people because it's going to essentially, and I'm going to use a phrase I don't usually like, but it's going to separate the men from the boys with regards to artists because there are some artists who, when they see AI art can do better than they can, would just fold. And honestly, those people probably shouldn't be doing art in general because they just don't have the stomach for it. But there's going to be a subset of artists who, in response to seeing that AI art can do well, will take it as an excuse to try harder. And one of the things I dislike about modern day art culture is there is so
Modeling.
much there's so much subpar art that buries the good art in life. So if we can convince the artists who honestly shouldn't be doing what the honestly shouldn't be wasting their time with it to stop in the name of AI art, and then the actually good artists can rise to the top again. I foresee that as a good thing. I essentially would call
Um,
that kind of the evolution of
But
art.
then I would argue I would argue this. One, who's to say like what like good and bad are largely subjective, but that's not my point. That's not my main point. My main point more or less is that like you're going to have a lot of shit artists because art is really difficult. Like I'm trying to become an artist and it is an incredibly difficult thing. Like for example, you have to draw faces over and over and over again
Yeah,
to the point where you can draw something that resembles a face and then do it consistently.
yeah. I'm not
So like it takes time for all those shitty artists to become good artists. Whereas with
right,
AI, it just
and
sort of like
I'm not disparaging the people that would try. I'm disparaging the people who are crap and never feel the need to aspire to more.
right. So I get both your points. Again, how I kind of view AI art is more or less a tool that can be helpful to artists to more or less get an impression of what they actually would like to work on.
And
Just
and
like
and
concept
and
art.
here's another interesting vector of this. In a world with AI art and in a world with computer programmers, I actually sort of see a potential for AI art to become essentially its own medium of art. I.e., imagine a computer programmer who custom designs an AI to deliver the thing he wants to deliver. Especially given how much easier and easier CGI is slowly becoming to do. Imagine someone who custom programs an AI to deliver a particular artistic aesthetic.
So I'll be honest, this was kind of the image that really wanted me to like send this to you guys.
I love this image.
Yeah, just this depiction of Joker, like if he was in Wes Anderson style, like
Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool.
like the eyes are what like kind of sell me. I don't know if like it freaks me the fuck out. Which
Yeah, no, it's Joker. It's Joker in every conceivable measure. Like it's it's very Joker.
for the record, keep in mind there are like 19 images, and we were only that one is the fourth one. So
Uh
I'll look for the better ones to be honest, and then I'll show those if anything.
I like this. I like this. I like this. This looks nice. But like I think that what I think I going back to what Brainstormer said about it being used as a tool, I think that's probably one of like the best assets AI art can do for like artists, just artists in general, who like they could use like they could
a
basically type up
model.
a model. Thank you. They could type up a model or a prompt, and then they can use that prompt as like a reference for their own art and that they're trying to create, basically.
Okay,
So yeah,
so
I can see that as a really useful tool as like
yeah,
being a model or
that's kind of where my mind
Or,
went.
or you could even have it used kind of like Mad Lib, where you'll just have AI um, generating random stuff based on random prompts, and then once you have an image, you can like it's kind of like the next gen equivalent of the caption this practice. Like imagine a writer is given an AI picture and then it's told like, okay, now write a novella about this image or give context to this image through a story. That would be really cool.
I like the fact that he looks like a jigsaw puppet.
Like from Saw, right?
Yeah, from Saw. God,
Still,
that is creepy looking.
yeah, I agree. Like it was that one and the one before that really just sold me. Like I wanted to talk about this. The turtles still don't trust humans with it. They will take crap because it's fast and free, and all these artists making commissions will get no businesses, and artists will be underappreciated, like making photorealistic paintings in the age of the camera. Nobody cares anymore.
See, I think that last thing is where you're wrong. Just like now, where digital media is the norm, records and MP3 players are making a comeback because people actually have found they like that there was intrinsic value to the form of the record and so on. I I
Oh,
I foresee a situation where, especially given, as I say, I think there will be kind of an evolutionary aspect to this where the 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 true artists will be incentivized to try harder now that AI exists.
Yeah, I think this is an AI generated art because, like, look at the legs. And, like,
Yeah, but especially given that though, I think that not only will art become better, i.e., human art will become better as a result of the competition, but also in the same way that records have become this valuable niche thing, I think art will also become an even more appreciated niche thing.
right.
Even even if all of your doomsaying and catastrophizing about the vagaries of human nature was accurate. Which again, I do want to point out, Dragon Turtle, and I say this because I'm your friend, you do have a very low opinion of the human race in general, and it does often lead you to catastrophize.
Right. I do
I,
want. Sorry.
okay. I'm just gonna be real quick, just to defend Dragon Turtle a little bit. I see where he's coming from because um other authors for like books and shit, right? The one of the easiest things I could see for this is that like as an author who's looking for like cover art, a lot of them will pay people, but you don't have to pay anyone with AI generated art. You can just like generate it yourself, and that money that could have went to an artist has just gone to his you keep in your pocket, and you just have like a robot just make you an image. You can slap it on your book, and there you
And
go.
it's not like there's no creativity involved there because AI can replicate almost any style. So you can choose which style you want. Like you can have a dozen AI or just one AI in many different ways generate similar images or images around a similar theme, and then you can pick one to like define your style.
What the fuck?
But I'm gonna be honest. Again, I maybe it's just because I'm the optimist here, but again, I just think really it is ultimately a tool that can be used, and just kind of like getting back onto the topic of one, like the idea. I like how these images, while again AI generated, at least give you an impression of the feeling of Wes Anderson's style. Like these look like actual stills from a Wes Anderson movie. You know what I mean? Like the blocking.
They
Does
do.
look amazing.
It's a good encapsulation of the style. And
Yeah, it
honestly,
does look amazing. Yeah.
and honestly, there's another aspect to this that I do want to point out, and maybe this is me being somewhat negative, but given especially what we've seen lately with previously otherwise creative people losing their touch and slowly like degenerating into crap, um, Neil Gaiman, Tim Burton, etc. Like one thing AI might be good for is recapturing artist styles when they're at their best, after they've lost their touch too much. Because I can guarantee you that if I asked an AI to draw me shit from the Sandman, it would be better. If I asked it to draw me like photorealistic live action Sandman shit, it would be better than the Netflix adaptation.
It's not really saying much though.
Well,
Yeah.
no, but that's what I'm saying. Like as an example, there is absolutely no reason why Tim Burton's version of Alice in Wonderland shouldn't have been absolutely fucking bonkers. Other than Tim Burton has lost his talent to some degree.
I mean, as somebody who watched it and kind of liked it, I thought it was okay, but it wasn't that great. I wonder if it's just even if it's Tim Burton, sometimes you just don't hit. It just doesn't hit.
Yeah, but that's the thing. In theory, the concept of Tim Burton or Burton-esque version of Alice in Wonderland should have been a license to print money, because those two styles should, in theory, complement each other so well, and yet they didn't, mostly because of Tim Burton's human error.
You know what's weird about like these images again as like hypotheticals for a Wes Anderson Batman movie? I'm also getting the distinct like style of Tim Burton, like when he did the Batman films, kind of, but more exaggerated, even more so than.
Well, yeah, because much like Guillermo del Toro and Tim Burton styles are very similar, I think Wes Anderson's style and Tim Burton's style are also very similar.
I gotta say, like out of live action Poison Ivy designs I've seen, this is actually really cool.
If they made a live action, oh my god, live action Poison Ivy, she'd be like a fat black lesbian with like slightly red hair.
I mean,
No,
they've done various versions of her on TV, like even at Batwoman. I haven't seen it, but
don't give them ideas, Corrupt. Stop encouraging them to destroy everything that is good in the world, please.
okay, this is actually pretty cool. I'm sorry, maybe I just wanted us to detox real quick, but before
Thank
we even
you. I appreciate this detox. I like when we get to talk.
You probably could have like selected your favorites of the style and not gone through every single one.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Ooh, this looks amazing.
Yeah, that is a cool Two-Face design. I think it kind of reminds me of Phantom of the Opera a bit.
Oh, with the mask, like with the mask.
Yeah. I this one I don't. I wish it had gone further, because even the twit of everything is overly immaculate. Christopher Nolan was able to do a more exaggerated Two-Face design.
I don't know. I like it.
I just think his warped side should be more warped than it is.
Well, to be fair, I think he is legitimately. Well, I don't know. Again, because it's AI art, so it's kind of blending things. But my interpretation is that it is a mask, and he's wearing it over his straight side, which some depictions I've seen of like Two-Face have had that.
I mean, sure, but honestly, I'd rather just, because the cool part of Two-Face is the Two-Face aesthetic, so I'd rather just actually see it.
I remember in the New 52 when Two-Face became One Face, and it was just like one. He was like,
Why? Why would?
Okay,
Why?
Okay, so here's a Riddler one, and you're gonna find this really fascinating, Dalton. I think.
The Riddler is my favorite character, so I'm judging this harshly.
Yeah, ditto.
This is the Riddler.
You
know what he looks like? You know what he looks like? Does anybody remember Batman Forever?
Yeah, he looks He looks like a slightly more classy version of Jim Carrey's version of the goddamn character.
So there was this doll that Jim Carrey had, right? It was like a mannequin that was
yeah.
That's what he looks like. He looks like that mannequin that was dressed up as the Riddler.
Right. I kind of see this again. If Wes Anderson was doing a Batman movie, I can kind of see this. Just like make it a fucking acid trip of a movie.
I mean, sure, but I'd take it even further. Like my favorite Riddler design is actually the design from the Batman TV show.
Oh my god, I love that show.
That was a good show. Like that was kind of the show I grew up with, because
that was one of my favorite shows. It got so much shit from like the Batman animated series people, but like I really love it.
And like I understand, because I genuinely think that in general animated series was better, but it was still an honest to goodness attempt. And one thing I will say for it is it's the Batman's backstory episode for the Riddler is my favorite rendition of the Riddler's backstory.
So even though I like what they did with Clayface, where they did two versions of him, where they
Yeah,
had like, go ahead.
Ethan Bennett, who was
Yeah,
a cop, friend of Bruce Wayne. I like how they
exactly.
had Bruce Wayne too, which
Yeah, he
um,
becomes Clayface, and then the proper Clayface is introduced, and they always refer to Ethan Bennett as like Clayface. The villains do, and I love that shit.
um, I okay. So this is a weird one. Giant Turtle. I don't think either are superior. I think both are good for their own merits. I think it's just a generational thing because again, I grew up with the Batman first, and also the DCAU as well, without seeing the Batman the animated series. So it's complicated for me because um,
I
I
I think the only weakness that the Batman has is because the animated series came first, they couldn't be more straightforward with a lot of the designs. Like the overly like as much as I enjoy some of the over exaggerated designs of the Batman style, it did seem like we can't do a more comics typical or comics accurate design because that would veer too close to the animated series.
I,
right.
I can
Um,
I hear where you're coming from, but I really did like the over exaggerated design choices. Like I love the fact that the Joker had a fucking straight jacket. I thought that was so ridiculous and
No,
awesome. I loved it.
it worked for them. They made it work. I'm just saying that in a world where the animated series did not exist, they probably would have veered a little closer to the comics,
Yeah,
but
I
they
agree.
could but
I
right.
they
agree with
couldn't
that.
because the animated series existed and
Uh,
na-
I agree.
and nailed the comics aesthetic so well that it still holds up.
so yes, Sultana Gaming. This someone had created this image that approximated like the idea of like what if Wes Anderson made a Batman movie, and I suppose this is the Batmobile, and I honestly dig it. Like just the outlandishness of it all. It kind of does remind me of Joel Schumacher, like Batman Forever's kind of.
It reminds me more of the Michael Keaton Batmobile, which I like because still to this day that's my favorite live action Batmobile, the
It
Michael
has like
Keaton.
it has a lot of certain elements to it, and Sultana is saying it looks like a dang hearse. Yeah, kind of, and I honestly that's cool.
Yeah, it I'm just glad we're getting back to the Batmobile being cars again because much as I love the Humvee and I do, it was a good choice for the Nolan verse. For a while there, every version of the Batmobile therefore had to be like a monster fucking truck or a tank. And again, maybe it's because I grew up with the animated series and with the Michael Keaton, Tim Burton ones, but in my mind, the key feature of the Batmobile is its sleekness. Like it's supposed to be something that would it's almost like a rocket on wheels. Like you should half the time not even be able to be sure you've seen it because it's moving so fast and so sleek. So like
Uh,
I I I get the tactical aspect and the what if Batman drove a tank awesomeness that was the Christopher Nolan ones, but I do prefer the Batmobile to be as sleek and like high tech as possible.
I just want a Batman where you're allowed to have a Superman in the series in the movie. Like I'm tired of this like these weird this
We
like
can't we can't have them cross over because derp reasons.
I
Yeah,
like yeah,
no.
I'm tired of this tendency of like new Batman directors to say like my Batman doesn't have a Superman. Like
Dude,
nor did Nolan's.
No, bitch, yeah, make them contrast, God damn it.
I
And
there's something I've said when we talked about like the upcoming release of the Batman when we talked about the trailers and stuff. I don't think you
Yeah.
would answer that correct, but I always said if they make the Batman like a hard R, which they didn't, obviously, and I'm cool with that. Even
I
though
mean they went as far as they probably could have. Who
true,
cares?
but the thing I was gonna say was I if they did that, I would have preferred that they would have done like a very like not PG, but a very like wholesome, very like in order to contrast, a very like good, very what's the word I'm looking for? Fucking
Like heroic, uplifting, like lighter toned.
yeah, like a classic Superman, right? Not golden age,
Yeah.
mind you. More.
I refer to this approach as the aw shucks approach because
Yeah.
that's very much Superman's thing. Is
And
him and Captain America are both like, I guess the best way to put it is like an all-American Superman.
yes, and also give him trunks. He needs fucking trunks. I'm sick of everyone ditching the trunks. Like honestly, I would argue like a Fleischer costume, like they did for.
This is exactly why I've been saying for years that if DC really wanted to go blow to blow go to blow with Marvel, they would set all of their stories in the Golden Age, because then you could actually have a Superman design that was literally after Circus Strongman designs. And I'm annoyed that they never actually go that route.
Right. Okay. Let me pull up the last image while I reiterate my point. Basically, like the idea is like he basically stands out because he looks like like very much like the Fleischer Superman costume or something like that. And if it's a hard R-rated universe, it's just such a contrast because he is.
Have him be the symbol of hope, essentially.
Yes, because everyone forgets that or misses the point entirely on that.
Well, it's been a problem ever since the British invasion did so well, and the like 80s and 90s era deconstruction did so well. The DC looked at how well Watchmen did, or how well Dark Knight Returns did, or how well, the various other British invasion stories did, and they said, okay, that's how we do comics, now make the entire universe like that. What they didn't understand was what made those stories as insightful and compelling as they were is that they were supposed to act as like a dark shadow or a contrast for the overall universe.
Right. And here's the final image.
Let me see. Ooh, I like this.
Yeah. But also, like, kind of bringing up the thing of, like, what property do you think Wes Anderson, like a superhero film, would work best with?
Honestly, and I know I'm biased for this, but given how well he uses like golds and blues and yellows, and how well he approaches like old style like Gothic architecture and shit, give him a Dr. Fate origin movie, for the love of Naboo. Like now that everyone who saw Black Adam is clamoring for a Dr. Fate movie, and my God, is it cathartic to have people clamoring for that finally after years of saying no, Dr. Fate is actually one of the coolest characters in fucking DC. After years of saying that, people have finally come to the conclusion. Now that people are clamoring for a Dr. Fate origin movie, give it to Wes Anderson. I want that movie, please.
Okay, give it on. Well, what about you, Corrupt? I want to say it.
What a Wes Anderson movie, that comic book movie, right?
Yeah.
I'd like. Does it have to be Marvel or
either or? It doesn't matter.
Oh
Well,
my God. Oh my God! Shit. Sorry about
Okay,
that.
let you guys do your thing, and then I'm gonna have to spurg again because Esaquitado said a thing.
Yeah.
And now I have to
All right. Okay. One second. I'll be quick. Does it have to be Marvel or DC, or can it be whichever?
I mean,
for the sake of argument, let's say big two and leave it at that.
Okay. I would like to see him do a Doctor Strange movie.
That would be okay, but the thing is, I'm not sure he can do explicitly supernatural. I'm not sure he can do explicitly supernatural very well.
I think his aesthetic lends itself to that, like to the supernatural.
I mean, it would, but I don't. He doesn't have much background. For one thing, despite all the bullshit that the writer of Loki did to Multiverse of Madness, and yes, it is mostly his fault that Multiverse of Madness wasn't as good as it otherwise could have been. Sam Raimi doing Doctor Strange was fucking genius, and I want to see him finish it out. But even then, if I was going to be willing to kick Sam Raimi off and have somebody, I'd honestly keep an ideal situation for me would be if Sam Raimi stayed on writing Doctor Strange, but Guillermo del Toro took over directing.
All right.
That would be some golden ratio shit
All
there.
right. All right.
Because
Go ahead with your Spurg.
anyways, yeah. Speaking of spurging things, Ahsoka, no. Let me red pill you on this thing we call the possession retcon. Because in the goddamn golden age of comics, Dr. Fate was Kent Nelson. And his relationship to Naboo was the relationship of a surrogate father. Because in Kent's origin story, he was a child who went along with his father, who was an archaeologist, to unearth some pyramids in Mesopotamia. And they unearthed a tomb of a being known as Nabu the Wise, who was an ancient Egyptian sorcerer who actually was a god incarnate. And in the process of waking Nabu up, because they discovered his tomb, poison gas was released, and Kent's father Sven died. Nabu, upon waking up, realized what happened and took pity on Kent, and decided to raise him as an adoptive child. And because, of course, Nabu is an ancient sorcerer, he teaches him magic for 20 years. And then when Nabu realizes that his mortal body is becoming a hindrance and is going to slowly kill him, he lifts the spell that he had repressing Kent's memories. So Kent, now having fully mastered magic, blasts him with a mystic bolt and kills him. And Nabu was going to ascend back to the plane of the Lords of Order, but instead of doing that, because he had developed an emotional connection to Kent, he made the Helm of Fate so that he could still be in close proximity to Kent. But the way that Dr. Fate used to function in the Golden Age was essentially, imagine if instead of Superman having the Fortress of Solitude, the Fortress of Solitude was contained in a helmet. That's essentially the relationship between Nabu or the Helm of Fate and Dr. Fate. The possession thing didn't start happening until, because Nabu is a god and because he's a vastly ancient, powerful being, his mind slowly began to overwrite Kent's, and so Kent had to manufacture a version of his own helm for a while so that he and Nabu didn't bleed into each other. And only after it was revealed later that the spells that kept Kent eternally young, because Nabu gave him the gift of being eternally young, because those spells were fading, manipulating the energies that he needed to manipulate in order to be Dr. Fate were slowly killing Kent. And out of love for his adoptive son, Nabu started to possess Kent's body so that he could take on the burdens so that his son didn't have to. And after Day of Vengeance, when Nabu died, and yes, he did die in Day of Vengeance, and they just forgot that as well, the writers apparently either forgot that was how Fate's powers worked, or B, and this is the one that I think is more to blame, they thought Fate was too powerful, and so they made up the possession retcon as an instant win button so that you could just remove the helm and it would take all his magic away. And it was the single stupidest, most moronic thing they've ever done to the character. I hate the possession retcon.
So just kind of end on my thing, and got really nothing to say to that. I have two, one for DC and one for Marvel, of what properties I think Wes Anderson could probably do the best at. And this is doing the reasons that I've come up with based on the knowledge I have. Because I haven't watched a lot of all of the Wes Anderson movies. I'm familiar with some. Mainly, the first one I really watched was Fantastic Mr. Fox, which I really liked. Which is kind of like my first introduction to him. Well, okay, so the reason I have is like he's great at ensemble films. The colors, obviously, pulp-like adventures,
Mm-hmm.
And I've noticed that Wes Anderson does a lot of like period pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So, thus, I have come with the two decisions of Justice Society
That would
and,
be glorious.
and Fantastic Four, like a 60s,
That would.
60s style adventure, like space adventure, Fantastic Four movie.
I mean, 60s seems a little late for him because he tends to go more classic, but he could definitely make it work.
Well, to be fair, I'm talking like how pop culture always depicted like the 60s, like 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
No. So
But what was I fucking going to say? I had a thought and now I completely forgot what it was. Oh, I remember what I was going to say now. You're going to hate me for this, but I read the book Fantastic Mr. Fox when I was in elementary school, and I loved it. So I kind of hate the movie because the movie added a bunch of superfluous shit that didn't really make sense to me.
okay. I don't really have any.
They kind of Wes Anderson kind of did for Fantastic Mr. Fox what the Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs movies did to the book in their adaptation, in that like it bears no resemblance whatsoever to the actual material, and it misses a lot of the like wholesomeness of the original.
I liked Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Like I can enjoy that one too as like its own thing. I just really hate this tendency of when they're adapting shorter books, they don't try to pad it out with stuff that actually would have made sense within the original lore. They just add random other elements or other genre elements instead, and I'm like, you kind of took something that could be timeless or like or like um what's the movie with the rabbits? Watership Down, I think.
Yeah.
Um
Never seen
you,
that.
you could have had something like that that was timeless, but instead of creating an actual story that would have followed the book, you added a bunch of stuff that basically makes it makes something timeless belong only to a particular era, and I hate it.
Okay. I mean, I still enjoy those films, so.
And you're free to. It's just I seem to be the only person I've ever known that hates the Fantastic Mr. Fox movie because to his credit, Wes Anderson is a really good director, and in doing his own thing, the thing he was doing was enjoyable. I just was very I just was hoping for a more straightforward adaptation of the book. And I think if he had actually made a more straightforward adaptation of the book, it could have been like Isle of Dogs. That was another movie he did that I actually really liked because it was so simple and timeless. It could have been like Isle of Dogs, but instead it was more akin to his version of Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, the movie.
So before we move on, Corrupt, anything to say on my picks for Wes Anderson comic book movie?
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I like them actually. I think they work. Not sure about the Fantastic Four one, but Justice Society is like fucking perfect.
Yeah, no, Justice Society would be perfect. I would just add the caveat that that he would have to do Doctor Fate first because if he does a Doctor Fate movie and then essentially Doctor Fate is the main character of the Justice Society, I'd be in heaven. I would be in so much heaven that like I was already in a very good mood after watching Black Adam. So like if Wes Anderson had done a Doctor Fate movie and then went on to direct a Justice Society movie, I think I would literally be in tears of joy at that point.
Right. So yeah, this is the mean one. If there's a trailer, a Grinch horror parody.
This looks like so much fucking fun.
I have thoughts. I'll wait until we actually get into it.
All right, let's go. Let's go, Dalton. Let's go.
What was it we always said for? God, I can't.
What?
For, the special thing we always say for December. I can never remember.
Isn't it like candy canes or something?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was. So candy canes.
How did I forget that?
Because we only use it during December, and that only comes once a year.
Yeah. So okay, candy canes. Thank you for that, Crow.
Yeah, candy canes.
Remember that story about Cindy You Know Who? When her Christmas was stolen, she knew what to do.
Why, Santa Claus? Why?
But what if I said that's not how it went down?
I enjoy this. I enjoy this a lot.
He looks like a furry cat. He looks
Well,
like
I mean,
cat furry. I love this.
to be fair, the design in the original book and or Chuck Jones cartoon was very animalistic, and in the Jim Carrey version, they specifically differentiated him from a he's not a who, he's a what, if I remember correctly, which makes sense.
Right. Maybe I'm just used to the Jim Carrey one because that is the Grinch movie I grew up with, and I really love that movie. Right.
I mean, I do. That was one of the first movies.
I liked it, yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
That was one of the first movies I ever remember watching.
It's weird how the Cat in the Hat movie didn't really.
Yeah, no, it could have easily been a good thing, and it was not at all.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoyed it somewhat when I was a kid, but looking back, it's not a great movie.
Yeah, I didn't hate it when I was growing up either, generally, but the thing is, and maybe I'm in a unique position to point this out because I grew up with the Grinch cartoon first, and then I was the perfect age, I think, when the actual movie came out. I've always viewed the movie as a satire of the actual story, and or like a parody, and it works really well as a parody.
So Tama asks, is Grinch public domain? I assume most Dr. Seuss stories are public domain, right?
No.
No?
Grinch was 19. The book, I believe, was late 1950s. The Chuck Jones one came out in the 60s, around the same time as the other Looney Tunes stuff. So, no, it's not going to be public domain for another century or so.
Oh, okay. What was I going to say? Oh, right. I think a part of me just kind of like I have no problem with it being a horror parody because honestly, you like with the Grinch, there could be some horror aspects you could do.
I mean, again, he's a monster who steals Christmas, so
yeah,
why not?
I mean, I think so. I'm a bit contrarian on this point. I think horror is stretching it more, like
horror comedy at least, though. Like
comedy, yeah, horror, like a dark comedy. I could definitely see.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think the issue with me here is it's cheap. Like it looks cheap. That's my issue.
Well, but I mean, it's independent, so
okay,
yeah,
that's fair. But still, like how actually, I have seen independent films that look better than this. So
I mean, fair, but this is essentially it's a fan film done by the same people who did Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. So
oh my god, we need to watch that.
Okay, so now my feelings have been twisted on this.
You hated that movie?
I haven't seen it, but what I saw of it, I didn't like. It looked stupid.
Well, because it's trying to be a parody. It's trying to be a comedy. So yeah.
I mean, even then, I still don't like it. Like
I like the fact that Christopher Robin gets killed so early in the fucking movie because he like threw away his toys. He was just like, I'm done with this shit, and grew up. He's just like, I just wanted to have my own life, Pooh.
Yeah, see, that's always been the dark thought that I even had as a kid of like all these stories of like the kids that abandon their toys and then the toys get morbidly depressed. Like I've always wondered like what's gonna happen when one of them is just like, you know what, fuck it, burn human that displaced me.
Right.
There's a sequel to the stop motion Rudolph movie that kind of plays with that, where um, a kid gets rid of a teddy bear, and the teddy bear, being unloved, goes insane, and so he becomes like the toy equivalent of the Pied Piper. It's kind of really dark actually for a kid's direct to video sequel.
Anyway, like that's kind of my thoughts. My biggest issue is that again, it looks cheap.
I honestly think they're trying to evoke like a B movie aesthetic is the thing.
Even then, I don't think it's working. Like I don't know.
Well, let's see how the rest of it looks. We're only like 5 seconds into the trailer.
20
Yeah. So candy canes.
Candy canes.
You gonna be okay? Because we can turn around right now.
No, poor girl. Her mother was killed in mine snake.
Did you ever find the Christmas killer?
Never got a reliable description of the man.
I think that's also a thing. Like it's the I also like I remember seeing this. I stopped it after I heard the first voices. It's just
I love the way this guy is. This guy's eye. What is up with this guy's eye?
what?
Nothing. Okay, I'm sorry.
I think it's just a weird pause frame thing. I like the idea of Cindy Lou Who growing up like a Clarice Starling style thing, and becoming like a cop, and almost kind of like what they did with Laurie in the most recent first Halloween movie, of her like growing up as a bat, like almost Sarah Connor-esque, and killing Michael.
Maybe it's just me, but I feel like it feels like there could have been more effort put into this. I guess that's what I'm just getting. That's what I'm getting from this so far.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I think the lo-fi sort of B movie aesthetic is what they're going for.
No,
Like they're being more comedic than.
I'm not even talking about the technical aspects. I mean, I'm referring to like the acting and stuff.
Oh, the acting is shit too.
Yeah,
Again, I maybe this is me being oddly optimistic, but I choose to see that as intentional. Like I think they're parodying the sort of direct-to-video B horror movie genre.
I don't know. I can't like it.
This is an odd one. That it rarely happens that I'm the charitable one and you're the overly strict one.
Like, well, I mean, that happens in our conversations about like certain things. Like, you can be kind of charitable about a situation, you know.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Usually when we do these sort of trailer reactions, I'm the one being hypercritical and Brainstormer's the one being essentially playing devil's advocate. And
Sure.
in this case we swap positions.
I don't know.
I mean, it does look cheap. It does look cheap, but I attribute that to it being low budget.
I think they realized they couldn't get a good budget for this, and so they were like, let's just own our cheapness, basically.
Okay, all right. This is what Ahsoka is saying. It is. I mean, it is intentional. It is basically a parody of direct-to-DVD B horror drama.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where I'm at with it. Of like, I think they knew they could only get a minor budget for this, and so they were like, instead of trying to half-assedly apologize for it, what if we just embraced it and made it like over the top and comedic?
If anything, I think the trailer is kind of not selling me. That might be the big issue.
Maybe. Although I gotta say, when I first saw the trailer, I was kind of in on the joke. I was enjoying myself.
No, I think it's just like it's such a generic trailer. That's what's getting me. It's like, it's not gripping me, you know.
I mean, fair enough, I suppose. But candy canes.
He is out there! What if the Christmas killer is back?
This town cannot go through another Christmas killer thing. Not again.
Us folks down in Newville, we liked Christmas a lot. But that thing that lives just north of Newville does not.
What?
I got nothing on.
So it's called Newville, but instead of saying who, they say Newville. Is
I see. I have a theory about that, and if I'm wrong, if I'm being overly charitable about this, then I will own up to it. But I think what happened is the Christmas killer incident or the Grinch incident was so bad that they basically abandoned the original Whoville and founded a new town, and that's why it's Newville.
Wait, does that mean they aren't Who's? Because aren't Who's supposed to be like a race?
Yeah, I think I can't believe I'm saying this. I think like biologically they're still Who's, but Whoville was their old town, and they had to abandon it because the Christmas killer, quote unquote, Grinch scenario was so awful that they founded a new town, so they called it Newville.
Jesus Christ!
Well,
All right,
that's the whole thing of like the Grinch isn't public domain, so.
you know what? Fuck it. I'll watch it. It's not woke. It's just stupid. I'm down. That's how low my my
Taste
standards are.
Yeah. Anyway, candy canes.
In the game.
What is it?
The mean one. He's slippery. He's elusive. He's a mean one, that mister.
I'm not going to be a victim. Time to roast this beast.
I like the candy cane colored fucking
Shotgun.
shotgun there. That's hilarious.
Again, that's why I don't think it's a lack of effort. I think they're trying deliberately to ape a overly cheap aesthetic. Because if they were actually being cheap, they wouldn't put in that kind of attention to detail.
Okay, that's fair. I think it's just the trailer that's not selling me on this.
Yeah.
I like the fact that they basically just aped fucking the Michael Myers thing. They're like, now she's prepared for a fight.
Yeah, no, they basically turned her into like Clarice Starling or Miriam Lass or Laurie Strode or somebody like that. Yeah. And her voice actually made me have to do a double take to try and see if this was the same actor who played Miriam Lass in the Hannibal TV show, who was very obviously we can't call her Clarice, but she's definitely Clarice stand-in.
Okay.
Brainstormer's like not convinced.
Yeah, I think it's really just the trailer. You know, like I think that's what's not selling me on the concept.
And again, maybe it's just a difference between us because I watched this and I was like, I can't wait till I didn't like the concept of Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey very much, but when I found out that the guys who made this made Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey, I was like, okay, maybe I should check that out because it seems like this kind of quasi parody horror comedy vibe they're going for, but like a B direct-to-video aesthetic is working for me. Like I think they're in on the joke. Like this is the kind of movie that only fans of the Grinch mythos, quote unquote, could make, because it would know what to parody and what not to, kind of thing.
I can see that.
All right.
Candy canes.
You're a dead one,
Okay, horror parody.
I like how it's playing. I like how Violent Night comes up too.
We'll get to that one.
Yeah, I think that's the next one, right? Or do you want to end on it?
No, it's a Christmas Story.
Oh, you got rid of the Scrooge one instead of the Christmas Story one? We initially had different ones lined up here, and then we remembered, oh wait, Violent Night is a thing. So
I submitted a Christmas Story.
okay.
Because I wanted to know if anybody was interested in watching part 2.
I mean, I haven't watched the trailer yet, so maybe it can sell me, but I can't really. It's been so long since the first one, and the same people aren't behind it, so I'm like, I'm not sure they can pull this off as a continuation of the first one, but.
I'll be honest, I've never. Well, okay, no, I have seen A Christmas Story, but it was years and years and years ago, so I barely remember it.
Oh, you don't watch it every year?
No.
Aw. Christmas Story is one of my favorites, actually.
Okay, so that's A Christmas Story 2, Christmas. And like Corrupt said, he was the one who submitted this one.
Yeah, Candy Canes.
Candy cane. Wait, is it showing up?
Yep, it's
Yeah.
Okay.
You're sharing screen.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, technical difficulties or anything. There. Candy canes.
Oh, life moves fast. One day you're playing kick the can with kids named Flick and Schwartz.
I triple dog dare you!
And the next thing you know, you're
Wait, I think I submitted 2. This is the second one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. All right, that's good.
Yeah. Anyway.
Candy
cane.
Okay. Candy cane.
Oh, you're a certified adult.
Ralph, dear old man.
Fragile.
He was the best.
Ralphie, promise me we're gonna make this a wonderful Christmas. That would make your father so happy.
I promise. What had I done?
See, this is annoying me. This seems like a disrespectful, almost parody of the first one.
Oh, what? Because of how they're because of the subversion, I guess.
Yeah, they seem like they're almost lampshading the sincerity and timelessness of the first one.
Well, I think it's more like, so far, I think it's more like I'm getting it over my head, and it's more or less this sort of it's sort of like a self-critique of like, I'm getting it over my head and everybody expects me to uphold like this tradition and shit. Like that's kind of how I interpret it.
I have nothing to say.
All right. Well, Candy Canes. Let's see if they can salvage it for me.
I don't feel like, for some reason, my mind is automatically thinking I might try to do some National Lampoon Christmas Vacation stuff.
It might.
Yeah, it almost seems like. Have you guys ever seen the movie Deck the Halls?
With Matthew Broderick and Danny DeVito?
Yeah.
Yep. I like that.
It almost seems like that's the route they're going for it, and I just don't want to, because again, like Christmas Story, bless you, Christmas Story is one of my favorite Christmas movies, just because of how timeless it is.
Give me a second. Oh god, that sneeze rattled my bones.
It happens.
Oh god, damn it.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
That reminds me of the one episode in Smallville where Clark actually manages to get sick and his sneeze like blows out a wall in the barn.
That's hilarious.
I have fortunately not had that happen.
If you did, I would have questions.
Yeah, you and me both. Anyway, candy canes.
Candy canes.
And now it was all up to me? I suggest you start drinking and don't stop till New Year's. Hey kids, who wants to go see Santa?
This is amazing, incredible.
We will meet you right here when you're done.
Don't let him kick you in the face. It's not.
See, it's so like modern cringe comedy humor that it bothers me. Like
It's like the don't let him kick you in the face comment.
Or the I suggest you start drinking and don't stop like that. It almost seems like something that like Seth Rogen would star in.
I mean, I feel like I don't really have anything to.
You don't have a dog in the race.
Yeah,
because
like
you've only watched it one time.
Brainstormer has no frame of reference for it.
I mean,
go ahead.
Technically, but it's been so long, so I guess technically I don't. So
it feels very harmless to me so far. Like it's just kind of like, oh, look at this reference to getting kicked in the face.
Although
but I do get what you mean when you say the drink a lot. I do get that. I do get the modern humor thing. I do get that a lot, actually.
Although
like I really like the movie The Night Before, but it's a very different movie than something like A Christmas Story. So sticking dialogue that sounds like something from something like The Night Before or Christmas with the Cranks or Deck the Halls into an alleged sequel to Christmas Story seems very cynical and almost bitter, actually.
I don't see the bitter aspect. I think it's just that like this is what I think. I think that like modern humor can be very cynical and sort of mean spirited. And I guess like for a story like the A Christmas Story 2, that it can seem that way when you insert that humor into the movie, but I don't feel that's where they were going. I just think they were going for a guy is in over his head, so you better drink a lot because you're going to have to go through because you bit off more than you can chew.
Right. Yeah.
I
know. It just seems like from the trailer so far they're gonna spend most of the movie essentially dumping on the first one, and
I don't think they're dump. Like I haven't seen them dumping on it though. Like when it like where the part that, like
because for example, the narrator of the first movie was Ralphie all grown up. So even the first movie was supposed to be him looking back on nostalgically for his childhood and everything. So like having him be this like modernized person who doesn't really jive with the old traditions anymore, it borders on almost being a continuity error.
I don't see him dumping on the old traditions. I see him as somebody who's like, hey, it's my turn to do the thing that I really love, and I've gotten in over my head.
Here's another aspect of this, which might be adding to why it bothers me. Ralphie, according to the first movie, was a kid in like the 1930s or thereabouts.
1980.
What?
That's what Sokotarget says.
The movie came out in 1980, but the movie was set in the 30s.
This is him in his 50s, so let me see. I'll just Google it really quickly. Let me see.
Like, the latest I could conceive of it being said is the 50s, the first one. So.
1940s, so it took place in the 1940s.
Yeah, so if
that would explain the clothing, actually.
Yeah, so if this is supposed to be the same Ralphie that, or I guess Ralph now, that that we were following nostalgically from the first one, then shouldn't this movie be a period piece? In which case, the modern humor is even more out of place than it otherwise would be.
I mean, like the only modern humor I've kind of seen so far, in my opinion, is the like, you better drink. And to be quite honest, I don't see that as necessarily like modern humor. I just see that as more like a little dark dad humor. I don't really see it as like, I don't really see it as that offense, as that egregious. Personally, I thought it was kind of funny. And I get where you're coming from when it comes to modern humor, because it can be very like cynical and undermining.
Meta.
Yeah, it can be very meta and undermining. I agree with that.
Okay.
Candy canes.
All right,
I was gonna say that if it is, I do think it is, because one, this takes place in a mall, which were pretty big in the 80s, and also the clothing, if you really look at it. So I think it is.
So it might be a period piece. I'm just seeing a lot of like modern writing tendencies, and maybe it's just that whoever's writing this isn't good at capturing other eras.
All right, let's go.
Anyway, yeah. Candy canes.
This is amazing, incredible.
We will meet you right here when you're done.
Don't let him kick you in the face.
Huh?
It's the happy season.
When it's just us decorating, it kind of feels like child labor.
Honey, it's not labor if we don't pay you.
Yeah.
Cheers.
My dad made.
I mean, to be fair, that sounds like parent humor. That sounds like something I'd make to my kids.
Yeah, I mean, I've made jokes like that, to be fair.
I
mean, I get where Dalton is coming from. It's just like, oh, child labor, but then, I mean, that is a joke that I would make.
I mean, I get it, but especially with the like pause for laughter in the trailer, it's like it almost feels like this is the writers writing 80s kids as though they're Gen Alphas, and it's like, if you're gonna write a period, if you're gonna make a period piece, even if it is something as recent as the 80s, you gotta kind of capture the way things were.
Is that what they're called? Gen Alpha?
Yeah, the generation after Gen Z is Gen Alpha.
How old is a typical Gen Alpha person?
I think my youngest brother is Gen Alpha, and he just turned 16 like this last birthday.
Oh, okay.
I'm a millennial. I hate saying that, but I am.
No, you're a Gen Zer.
Yeah, I thought you were a Gen Zer. Yeah.
Right. I honestly, I can't tell because I was born in 1999. So.
Yeah. So you
most fucked.
So you're Gen Z because I think either the year I was born or the year just after I was born was the cutoff date for millennials. I'm a very late millennial.
Ahsoka is also Gen Z.
Now, welcome to hating your own generation club.
But believe me, as a millennial, I'm right there with you. The fucking millennial generation.
So I will say this: as millennials, it is our generation's fault that Gen Z is like fucking weird.
Though to be fair, I think everybody could blame the Gen Xers and the Boomers.
I thought people mostly ignored Gen Xers.
Well, the funny thing is, because Boomer has now turned into like a generic old person term, a lot of people that get called Boomers now by the younger generations are actually Gen X.
Yeah, Gen X. Sometimes millennials get called Boomers. That's funny when that happens.
Which is fucking hilarious, because we're still mostly in like our late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah.
Early 20s.
Again, you're Gen Z.
I really wish I wasn't.
Yeah, again, join the hating the majority of your own generation club, because millennials are also right there with you.
I've noticed that a lot of I will say that I prefer like Gen Z to other millennials because like Gen Z is at least edgier than millennials.
Yeah,
Millennials
because Gen Z are essentially leading a revolt against millennials, and millennials are for the most part, are a bunch of moralistic cunts.
Oh my god, I have no idea. Like, it's so weird what happened to our generation. Like,
holy
shit. All right, candy cane.
Yeah,
candy canes.
It is all of Silky's
That doesn't mean it was easy.
Most wonderful time of the year.
Schwartz, I triple dog dare you. Oh, I got it now.
Yeah, that's the one joke in the trailer where I was like, okay, that feels like something that adult Ralphie and adult Schwartz would get into.
Oh my god, I feel like, you know, if somebody if a guy that age did this in real life, his everything would be broken.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, now we have to spend Christmas in the ICU. Oh no.
Pretty much, because it's like you can't because the snow ain't gonna protect you for that. Like,
which should be fair. That kind of humor was kind of in the first one, because remember how Schwartz stuck his mouth to the flagpole, and then in graphic detail of him getting it pulled off.
Ah,
I've actually done that, by the way. That whole tongue thing on it.
God damn you! What?
Okay,
I guess you haven't seen the movie, so you wouldn't have seen the movie like I did when I was a kid and gone, so that's something I'm never ever fucking doing.
Okay, I was in elementary school, so I was bound to do some dumb shit.
Man, I'm just glad I never did something stupid as that. Like, all I did was like run my finger across the sharp edge of a knife, and that shit sucked.
Yeah, I was a weird kid because my stance was I don't need to do stupid shit because I can see other people's like the results of other people doing the stupid shit, and therefore it's the old saying the old saying, a moderately intelligent person learns from his own mistakes, an actually intelligent person learns from the mistakes of others. I guess I was always that kid because I was like, what? I don't need to test this for myself. I already saw the consequences of you fucking doing it. I'm not doing it.
Right. Gen Alpha actually started in 2010. Says Showtime Gaming.
Okay, so my youngest brother is a very, very late Gen Zer because I believe he was born in 2006. So, yeah.
How the fuck? You know what? No.
What?
Generations usually last about 20 years.
Yeah, okay.
Like, the baby boomer generation is between 1946 and 1964.
Oh, right. Sorry, I just remember the story of how I got my tongue stuck to him. Okay, so my grandfather and I were walking to my elementary school because I still do, like 10, 15 minutes away walking distance.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to cross a bridge because the school's across the river.
Mm-hmm.
And me being a dumbass, I think it was like first grade or something. Yeah, so I just remember seeing this image of someone putting their tongue on like a metal pole, and they're like metal railings on the bridge. And so I just thought, oh, why don't I try this? And I did that, and for the record, I had no hot, like warm water with me to like melt my tongue off. So I basically had to rip my own tongue off.
Oh God!
And that is exactly why even a first grade version of me would have been like, "You are a dumbass for this."
I am aware I'm a dumbass, okay? And for the record, it didn't hurt as much, and I didn't bleed or anything. I just noticed that I had some skin missing off my tongue.
Oh my
Right,
God.
but I had a similar reaction the first time I watched Christmas Story because I knew this was a thing people did. Like I knew I knew just colloquially from the grapevine that this was a thing kids dared each other to do. So like I understood why it was a thing. But when I saw A Christmas Story, I was like, why would anyone be that fucking stupid? Child or no fucking child, why would anyone be that stupid?
To be fair, I did a lot of stupid things when I would see when I would watch on TV. So when I was a kid.
Okay, so you are the one to blame for all those funny nutty parents going, if we show things on TV, kids will replicate it. Derp.
That's exactly what Brainstormer said about me when I cut my finger. Because I saw Bluto from.
I also rode a skateboard down a hill while it was raining. I don't know why. I did some stupid shit as a kid, okay? I was just like pure randomness when I was a kid.
Brainstormer had a goddamn death wish. And meanwhile, Dalton at that age was in the hospital for actual surgeries.
I just kept getting fucked. I just had like horrible shit happen to me. Like I remember getting hit by a car. It was like the most inconvenient shit that happened to me that day.
Yeah.
Most of the embarrassing shit I did as a child wasn't like risky dumb shit. It was embarrassing dumb shit. Like for example, I was in second grade before I transitioned from diapers to underwear.
Oh,
I want to laugh, but
there's a visual.
Yeah.
Like Brainstormer would laugh, but he's still wearing diapers.
No, fuck you.
I told you, like I said, my version of the cringy things I did as a child were more embarrassing dumb shit rather than risky dumb shit.
Yeah, God, what else was there that I did that was really dumb? Actually, no, really those two things.
Most of the shit that happened to me, most of the things that happened to me that were risky were just things that happened to me, like going through a windshield. That was unfortunate when I was a child.
I've already told the story about how I fell off a table that was being pulled up and bruised my fucking tailbone. That was although that was in like I want to say like 4th or 5th grade. It was later. We were still in elementary school, but it was later in elementary school that happened.
Sometime Gaming says they were in a car crash when they were younger.
That also sounds unfortunate, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dragon Turtle is right. It was inconvenient to get hit by a car, you know.
I'll tell a car crash story. This car crash story is more funny than dramatic.
I was also in a car crash. I just realized.
I just went through a windshield. Does that count as being in a car crash?
Was the car?
Yeah, probably.
No.
But I mean, but my funny car crash story is I was in like 3rd or 4th grade, I can't remember which, and my mom and I were going to the bookstore, and we were behind a green FedEx truck, and a traffic light went from like green to red in like 5 seconds, and so my mom put like screeches on the brakes, and we end up rear-ending this FedEx truck, and fortunately the airbag didn't go off or anything. And my mom immediately goes, we have to tell him that we rear-ended him and give insurance information and stuff. And my devious little shit ass was like, he probably didn't even feel it. That's a very large truck. We probably could get away with not mentioning anything. But so obviously she didn't listen to me, but we go like all the way across town because like completely separate from where we were actually going. And she loses track of the truck. So we end up looking around this like giant warehouse type building, and we finally find it. And this is like half an hour out of our way, mind you, we're going. And she finally finds the guy she rear-ended. And the guy says, and I shit you not, "Oh, I didn't even feel it, and you didn't even damage anything. You could have just not said anything, and I wouldn't have noticed." And naturally, my devious little ass was like smiling from ear to ear when he heard that, because I'm like, I told you. And so now every time we're traveling somewhere and I see a FedEx truck, I like smirk at my mom. Like, shut up. It has become a running joke in my family. Every time we see a FedEx truck, we always tease mom about it.
Anyway, shall we continue?
Yes.
Yep. Candy canes.
James.
That's brutal.
It's the most wonderful time.
Slowly, I could feel the Christmas ember beginning to glow again.
Like I feel like the movie, the trailer is recapturing kind of the essence of the older movie as it goes on.
I think what would make this better is if he was trying to share Christmas with his kids, like almost a Clark Griswold thing, and they were being edgy about it. Like that would make more sense. But having him still be the POV character doesn't sit right with me, because he was, again, the original movie was supposed to be him as an adult looking back on it. So like he should not have to use the phrase relight his Christmas ember. If his kids were the main characters and we were following them learning about it, that would make it better, I think.
I guess it's because like this is his turn to sort of take on the family tradition and sort of like be the head of everything. And
Yeah,
like
that's why I'm saying like take inspiration from like National Lampoon and Clark Griswold and stuff, or even Matthew Broderick's character from like Deck the Halls.
That was a fun movie.
Yeah, it's kind of a cringy movie, but at the same time it also is kind of enjoyable. Like it's not an enraging kind of bad. It's just a kind of cheesy kind of bad. One Christmas movie that I think I'm the only person on the planet that's seen is Unaccompanied Minors, because apparently I'm the only person that I know that remembers Unaccompanied Minors.
I've never heard of that movie before.
It's a movie about a bunch of kids who are traveling for Christmas, and then they get trapped in an airport, and they start all sorts of havoc with the head of the airport and the airport security guard, because they're of course unaccompanied minors, hence the title. And I think they actually might have been orphaned, if I'm remembering the movie correctly. Like they were all orphans that were traveling together, or foster children that were traveling together, or something.
I saw a play about it.
I didn't realize there was a play.
Yeah.
I remember the movie had Miranda Cosgrove in it. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, but I've also seen the movie. I mean, it was a long time ago, but I just remembered.
Yeah, there was Miranda Cosgrove, and there was this one kid with like this one young boy with dark hair too. It was like the main character.
Right. Anyway, we got like 20 seconds left. So.
Yep, candy canes.
Candy cane. Oh, so it's already out.
Yeah. I haven't seen any advertisement or reviews for it though, so it must have just like come out and completely bombed or something. I don't know.
Well, it says November 17th, which was a day after my birthday.
Yeah, but I followed the box office and I don't remember anyone talking about it.
I didn't even know it was out.
It's really weird.
It said it came out. It said it came out on HBO Max.
Oh, okay, that would explain it. Because I was gonna say I don't remember it ever releasing in theaters. Next.
Hello?
Sorry,
I think Branson was getting the next trailer ready.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
And no.
I was afraid my my laptop crashed.
Yeah, sorry. I muted myself so like I could set the trailer up, which is the Violent Night official trailer. It's the one I'm really most excited to watch.
It's a good movie. I've seen it since it came out this last weekend, and it's good.
Yeah, my uncle and I are planning to see this movie. We're gonna talk about that. So
it's like a mixture. It's like a mixture of John Wick and Krampus.
It is made by the guys who have worked on John Wick and Nobody, I believe.
Yeah, it's the same production company as those ones, so it doesn't surprise me.
So if I understand it, the little girl, like children call Santa when they're in trouble, right? And he comes to help them. Is that it?
No.
Okay, so what's it about then?
Santa is in the middle of doing his rounds on Christmas Eve. He is kind of black-pilled on the idea of Christmas because people have kind of lost the spirit, which is the only part of the movie I don't really like, because that moral or that plot point has just been overused to hell. But long story short, he's in the middle of his rounds, and he has to call on this one really, really rich house that's owned by this woman who's like a CEO or some shit. And she has a safe full of like $10 million or something like that, or like $30 million. And naturally, a bunch of thieves show up to try and steal it, because of course. And they lock down the house when Santa is there, and his reindeer get spooked and leave him behind. So he basically is stuck in this house with these. Most of the family are a bunch of assholes, and these criminals were also a bunch of assholes. And there's one little girl that all she wants for Christmas is for her family to get along better. And so she ends up bonding with this incarnation of Santa Claus, and he slowly but surely regains his Christmas spirit and therefore his powers, and then he goes all John Wick on their asses.
That's kind of interesting.
It's a really good Christmas comedy. Like they make references to Die Hard, and they make references to Home Alone. And the little girl, there's a scene where they bond over the fact that the little girl has seen Home Alone for the first time, so she replicates the Home Alone traps, but in this version, we actually see the damage that those traps would have caused. So it's just a complete bloodbath because of these Home Alone traps that this little girl sets up at the behest of Santa Claus. It's a pretty freaking hilarious video.
So like, what happens to the family that are assholes? Do they get killed?
Some of them do, some of them don't. But the most of the criminals get fucked up.
So the trailer.
Yep. Candy canes.
All right, you guys go ahead. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get something to drink.
You ain't driving, are you?
I steer a little, but the ranger do most of the work.
This is my 4th year as a Santa. How about you?
I started the whole damn thing.
Honestly, I think David Harbour could really play a really good Santa.
He is quite good at it. Obviously, it's a bit. This is kind of a minor spoiler, but this version of Santa used to be a Viking.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, we never got the explanation as to why, and I'm hoping if there's ever a sequel, they'll explain it as Odin gives him the mantle, because
Right,
Odin used to. Huh?
We got a bot.
That happens sometimes.
Yeah, part of me just wants to block the damn thing, but I'm always kind of against
Blocking.
Yeah, so whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so giant turtle. So a little girl brutally murders them with traps. Is that traumatizing, or is she a psychopath?
No, she's just a badass. Because these people are there to kill her family and take all their money, and she gets encouraged by, again, aforementioned Viking badass grizzled Santa Claus to protect her family, and so she does, in a way that a kid who just watched Home Alone for the first time would. She does find that she actually really likes kicking ass and taking names, quote unquote.
So I won't lie, that does sound a bit psychopathic.
I mean, okay, but it also sounds like this kid is actually a badass who deserves some, like, these are the kind of kids that I would encourage, the unique kids who are kind of fucked up in the head.
Okay. Anyway.
Plus, okay, Mr. Lives in a goddamn inner city. You can't tell me that a young version of you wouldn't do the exact same thing in this situation.
No, I just whack a man with a fucking baseball bat. I wouldn't brutally murder them with a fucking ingenious traps.
I found that kind of weird too, that she brutally murders people. It's just like, that just seems like.
Well, they were trying to kill her and or her family, so meh. Like, what's the difference between pulling out a gun and setting booby traps, especially when you know you're outnumbered?
Okay, I still want to watch this just because it looks fun.
I mean, like, one is like self-defense and the other is like murder, I would say.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, but she also knows she's a little girl, and therefore, like, physical confrontation probably off the table. I call this her being smart and a interesting individual as a child. But then again, maybe that's because I was also a weird kid.
No, I'm not, like, it's just, I think the way you phrased it is kind of making us question it. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I get what you're saying. It's like, well, fuck them because they tried to kill.
Like, it's either she for lack of a better word, sacks up and is innovative with the Home Alone traps, or she becomes the innocent damsel character. And frankly, I'd prefer a child who takes some kind of initiative like that over one that just sits there and damsels.
Okay,
You can have a combination of the two where she's not like brutally murdering people, I guess.
Right. Well, to be fair,
at first she doesn't realize that it's going to, because she's expecting the Home Alone reaction. It's not until later when the gore starts flying, and she still has to defend herself, that she becomes okay with it, and then later, when, spoiler alert, Santa is slowly dying because he's losing his magic, and then she helps him restore it. So like there's a point in the movie when Santa is quote unquote dying and she helps restore him. And then afterwards, after the event is over, she confides in him that she realized she kind of had fun with it. Which, again, that kid is getting props from me. I much prefer a kid like that who's like, actually, you know what, this was fun. Over one that's traumatized by it.
Chrononaut. The amount of watching the lights leave your enemy's eyes, that's the difference. Traps are area denial. Weapons, shotguns are immediate and upfront. Okay, we're done with
it. And again, I would do
this conversation. I'm sorry, I just...
Okay, Candy Canes.
I feel like we'll be here for like hours talking about it. I haven't even seen the movie yet, so...
Yeah, we're gonna do a review whenever you do get a chance to see it, so we can talk about this more then, presumably.
Probably, yeah. Anyway, Candy Canes.
Candy Canes.
It's Christmas! We decided that you could have one gift early.
What is it?
That is a direct hotline to Santa Claus himself.
I can talk to Santa.
All right, revelers. Welcome to your worst Christmas ever.
Let's go!
Huh. Yeah, this honestly gives me Nobody vibes on the fact that it just seems like super crazy and like just like a crazy adventure.
Yeah, again, this is the Santa Claus from the John Wick universe, presumably. Like I imagine a very young John Wick asked Santa for training, and this Santa was able to oblige.
Woden. So blood magic aids in restoring Woden. I mean Santa's power.
No, it's more about like the spirit of Christmas in general, that like the absence of, like his own cynicism kind of nerfs him for most of the movie. And then because he bonds with the little girl and she kind of reminds him why he started this whole thing in the first place, he gets his powers back and then starts.
Does he murder children? I've always been curious. Does he murder children?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Because you said it's like mixed with Krampus, and I was just like, so he murders kids?
Not in the punish. I was talking about the movie Krampus.
Oh, alright.
The like
I haven't seen
like holiday themed murder is the like whimsical holiday themed murder is what I was talking about.
Yeah, I haven't seen that Krampus movie.
You should. It's by the same guy who did Trick or Treat.
No, I know. I can't find it anywhere.
It's I will Google for you and see where you can find it later.
Yeah.
It's not as good at replicating kind of Christmas atmosphere as Trick or Treat is, as replicating Halloween atmosphere, but it's still pretty good.
Anyway. Candy Canes.
Candy Canes.
Let's go!
You have $300 million in your personal vault. That's what I want for Christmas.
Okay, so I think I brought this up when we talked about Bullet Train.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the guys who have done John Wick, or people who have worked on it, are really just going into these more outlandish concepts for like their action movies.
Yeah, it's like we figured out a niche in this particular genre that works. Now let's exploit the hell out of it in as many circumstances as we can.
Right, and just create all these like really fun and unique movies.
Santa as an assassin is just a thing that I love so much, and I love the fact that it's actually Santa, which means he actually has the various powers, because the thing is, outside of the like wholesomeness of the idea of Santa, the powers that he is alleged to have or would need necessarily to do the thing he does would be excellent in a tactical situation. Like being able to see and understand everyone, being able to essentially teleport, being able to pull things out of his bag, even if they were like bound within the logic of toys. Again, kind of like Krampus. And of course the time manipulation thing that Santa is almost would necessarily need to do in order to do what he does.
Anyway,
candy canes.
Well, unless you have anything to say, correct?
So far, I like it. I think it's creative and interesting. I think Santa's powers would be interesting in a. So, I think Santa's powers would be interesting, but in a setting like this, I think the even discussing the powers is kind of pointless, because it's more of a John Wick sort of the Raid type of universe where people just sort of beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah, and to be fair, for like a third of the movie, he doesn't have any of his powers. To be fair, like as soon as he gets to the location he needs to get to, his powers kind of go on the fritz for a bit. And honestly, that to me was the one mistake this movie made, because I genuinely, as soon as I saw this concept, I was like, oh, so you mean Santa Claus gets to use, the obligatory Santa powers, but in a more like battlefield scenario. That's kind of awesome. It's kind of like how 5 in Umbrella Academy uses teleportation. Like that just alone would be a massive tactical advantage.
Okay. No, it's okay. Candy canes.
Yeah, candy canes.
I don't want any trouble, okay? Something's gonna scooch up that chimney.
Who is he? Because he's not your typical mall Santa.
Santa Sack. Magic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but from the producers of Nobody and Bullet Train, which are two of my favorite films that have come out recently.
Yeah, and from the production company that gave us John Wick, Nobody and Bullet Train. I think also Atomic Blonde. Wasn't Atomic Blonde in the same in the same production mold?
Yeah, it was actually made by some of the by I believe one of the directors who made John Wick, like the first John Wick.
Yeah. So yeah.
I have Atomic Blonde on DVD. Give me a second. I'm gonna find the DVD real quick. directed by David Leitch.
Yeah. Because Chad Stahelski is the one stuck with the John Wick movies. I think David Leitch went off to do. Wasn't he behind Deadpool 2?
I think so.
Anyway, Candy Canes?
Yeah, 1 sec. I'm going to sit down.
Okay.
I nearly fell on, like, as soon as I got up. Because I've been sitting for so damn long.
Uh-huh. At least yours is temporary.
Shut up. Same fucking joke. Same fucking joke every time.
Yeah, because it's a running joke.
It's funnier every time you say it.
Because I don't think it'll ever stop being applicable.
Oh yeah, I always forget that Santa is canon in Marvel and DC.
Yeah. Santa in Marvel is a Omega level mutant on par with the Phoenix.
Really? Because I've heard other versions, like he's well, it was in a Christmas special for the Avengers cartoon in the 2010s, where he was the son of an Asgardian and a frost giant.
Yeah, there's that version too. That's the one thing is I don't think they had settled on a particular one, so there's like two or three different versions of Santa in the Marvel universe. I think there's only one in the DC though.
I've never heard of Santa in DC though.
I think they alluded to the fact. I think this was in a Constantine comic. I think they alluded to the fact that Santa is the ancient like Yuletide spirit.
Huh.
Because at one point he's feeling depressed because no one appreciates him anymore, and long story short, he gets drunk with John and he dusts off one of his old incarnations and becomes Lord of the Dance for people who get drunk on Christmas.
Right. I don't know why, but this also gives me, for some reason, like the Violent Night gives me. I don't know if you guys ever heard of this movie. It came out a few years ago, but Batman.
Yeah, the one with, was it Mel Gibson?
Yeah. Mel Gibson played a gruffer version of Santa Claus. And the whole plot is a little boy who got a cold for Christmas hires a hitman to go and kill Santa.
I gotta give props to that kid. He done fucked up and he's going to fuck around and find out. But I have to give props for that kid too. To be fair.
What's funny is the hitman also has a personal grudge against Santa. Like, spoiler, obviously, but
that's hilarious. Yeah, that makes sense.
The hitman.
I mean, given how long Santa has been around, of course he would make enemies in just about every generation, probably.
Well, okay, the hitman. It's a very personal one, and it kind of got me, and it makes me want to try and find this movie, like get it on DVD or something.
Mm-hmm.
But the hitman wants to kill Santa because his parents died in a car crash when he was a kid, and he wrote Santa all the time asking to have his parents back. And instead, well, was it a car? I know his parents died. That's about it. And all Santa gave him was this toy cop car. And the clip I had seen of it on YouTube, someone had actually proposed a theory that he gave that little cop car toy to the assassin to inspire him to become a policeman.
Yeah, he was trying to help him.
Yeah,
I've heard that too. Which is a very on-brand for Santa thing to do. So yeah.
Right, but that kind of gets me, like in my heart, for some reason, like just that motivation for a hitman character.
Mm-hmm. Dragon Turtle, yes, we all should. Speaking of badass Santa Clauses, we all should once more reference Kringle because Kringle is such a badass in the Dresdenverse.
Right. Anyway, Candy Cane or anything?
Candy Canes.
Okay.
I love this scene. I love this scene where he like punches the bag and his arm goes into a pocket dimension.
Yeah. Again, like I love the idea of the one problem I had with this movie was I wish he had his full powers the whole time, because it'd be just like 5 from Umbrella Academy levels of just trolling.
I don't know. Like I feel like if the protagonist is like too strong, then there's like no sense of tension.
Yeah, but I don't think what you need is a sense of tension. I think what you need in this case, especially given that it's like a horror comedy or a parody comedy type thing, is make the villains like really over the top, stupid, and evil, like the burglars from Home Alone, and then you get to watch Santa just BTFOing these fuckers.
Yeah, but I can do that. Like, I feel like I can do that with any movie, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, candy canes.
Candy canes.
Candy cane.
Santa, are you there? Daddy said you were very busy tonight. My name's Judy Lightstone. Are you gonna help us, Santa?
Yeah, Judy.
Santa?
You're on my nice list.
Aww. And he is just as awe-worthy in the goddamn movie, by the way.
I can't really say anything because, again, this is just, even when I first saw this trailer like a month ago, I knew I wanted to see this movie. And I saw it when I saw Wakanda Forever, like the trailers leading up to it. Because, yes, I go early enough to watch the trailers to movies.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw this, and, like, me and my uncle just looked at each other and, like, yeah, we're seeing this.
I don't blame you. And I think you'll genuinely have a good time.
Anyway.
Candy canes.
Okay.
Santa Claus is coming to town. Time for some season's beatings.
Who the hell are you?
Boss, what if he really is?
So the whole candy cane thing I've seen done before by Robot Chicken, like with a Santa Claus skit they've done where he's fought Jason Bourne.
Yeah.
And he ends up getting killed by Jason. I love when Robot Chicken makes Santa Claus like this badass, like just a super badass dude. And again, it's badass Santa Clauses are almost a subgenre in themselves at this point. Like between the Santa from Santa Sleighs and Kringle from Dresden Files and this one. My favorite.
Krampus is in this?
No.
The Krampus is in this? What am I watching?
No.
What is this?
What are you?
No, he's not.
Alright.
Although I want a sequel where he fights Krampus now.
That would be amazing.
I will be honest. The first badass Santa I've ever seen was in Rise of the Guardians.
That one was really cool too. Although, as far as like other than Kringle, because Kringle is probably the best version of this I've seen, Kringle from Dresden Files. One of my favorite subcategories of badass Santa was the one played by Bruce motherfucking Campbell in Librarians. Because it is like he stops a mass shooting by like connecting with the shooter's like personal trauma and convincing him not to do it. It's amazing.
Yeah, that version of Santa is the avatar of goodwill. If I remember correctly.
Yeah. I also really love the explainer for that version of Santa. It's really good.
I don't really have anything else to say, so shall we Candy Cane?
We shall Candy Cane.
Hold on, Giant Troll. Was Rise of the Guardians good? Looked like it wasn't going to be, but I felt the same here in terms that I'm not. Yeah,
Dude, watch it.
It's underrated as shit.
Dude, watch it. It's a really, really good kids movie.
Yeah, it's a great movie. It got fucked over because it was released alongside what was it? A couple other movies that blew right past it.
Yeah, and it wasn't released during any holiday, and that's just like, what the fuck are you playing at? Why didn't you release this at any given there are so many holiday icons, you could have marketed this movie during any holiday season, and just didn't for some reason.
Have you seen Rise of the Guardians Corrupt?
What?
Have you seen Rise of the Guardians?
No, what is Rise of the Guardians?
Oh my god.
Phil, it's holiday icon Avengers.
Where they fight the boogeyman.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's really good, man. I think Alec Baldwin voiced Santa in that.
Yeah, although he was doing a really good Russian accent, to be fair.
Yeah, he was. It's really it's really good. Apparently, it's based on a book.
The Easter Bunny is from New Zealand, which I actually kind of liked, and Hugh Jackman was the voice of it.
Even though he's Australian.
Yeah.
Which always surprises me. I'm not gonna lie, because he does such a great. To be fair, American accents are pretty easy to do.
Yeah. It's going the other way that is annoying. Like whenever Americans try to do, the only person I've actually seen manage to do a British accent while being an American was Robert Downey Jr. in Sherlock Holmes.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, shall we Candy Cane?
Candy Cane.
There is no such thing as Santa.
These bad men, they're all on my naughty list. Naughty.
That's naughty!
And what
Oh, what
TV
happened to the
anyone?
chick
I give my
anyway?
lump of coal.
Where is it?
What'd you say?
What happened to the chick anyway?
Which chick?
The chick in the red.
I forget what happens to her actually.
Well, I also kind of don't want to know because I still want to go in mostly blind on this movie.
Yeah, sorry for preemptively spoiling it, but I think most of the spoilers I gave you are only making the hype better for this movie.
Yeah, fair. To be fair, I also will probably just forget most of this stuff by the time I actually see the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So,
do you have a day already picked out to see it or not yet?
I'll probably discuss that after we're done here. So, but yeah, I'm just hyped for this. Like, I really want to see this.
It's good. It definitely lives up to the hype. I can tell you that preemptively.
The thing I want to say with comparing this to like the Mean One trailer is like kind of talking about the trailers is that trailer for that thing didn't really grab me. Like there was nothing there that really just like there was no moment in the trailer that gripped me. I won't lie. For this, when I first watched it, it was very much like it took a minute. Like the first scene where you see him kill the guy by like lighting up the star by and then like scream the guy.
Right? Yeah. That was where you jumped in.
Yeah, that's where I got roped in. And after that, like there are just moments and moments more that just keep getting me hyped for this film. So that's kind of what is kind of my issue with the Mean One trailer at the very least. That it doesn't. There really aren't any. It's just a lot of quick cutting with that, you know.
And I again think that maybe marketing it that way might have been part of the joke. Like they were literally trying to mimic a like direct-to-video action movie trailer from like the 90s. Something that like Full Moon would have come out with.
Still though, I don't know. I don't think it's a good trailer.
And that's fair.
One-
I was jiving with it. I was jiving with it.
Yeah, like I thought the Mean Ones trailer was kind of but like I could see myself watching it though. Let me see.
Maybe it's just because like I also have I've done editing for trailers myself, so I think I just
So,
kind of
so you're giving the rating from like the Russian Judge, like 5 out of 10 could have been better executed.
yeah, maybe I just kind of expect more when editing a trailer, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just, you know.
But that actually brings up an interesting question. If you had to parody or make fun of the practices of bad trailers, how would you do it?
Okay, you kind of put me on the spot here.
Well, you don't have to answer now. I just wanted to put that idea in your head because if this trailer didn't encapsulate how you parody a bad movie or a bad trailer, how would you go about it? And you can fully blame me for putting this idea in your head because this wasn't another thing you did. This was me insisting that you do a thing later.
Well, okay, I guess general ideas. Trailer for the trailer. If anyone remembers those things.
But like I said, you don't have to do it now. Think about it and we'll talk about it on like Thursday. Or we can talk about it next week, maybe.
All right, what are you talking about?
I want to give you space to actually figure out how you would go about this because I'm actually curious now because maybe once I see your version or I hear what your version would be, I might agree with you more.
What the main one?
No, I asked him how would he go about parodying a like direct-to-video B movie or a bad trailer for a direct-to-video DVD or a direct-to-DVD movie.
Oh, okay.
Because he said he didn't like the way that the Mean One was doing it and that he would do it differently. So I'm like, okay, well, you know, think about how you would do it because maybe once I hear your pitch, I'll come around to your way of thinking about it. But I kind of felt like I think they were kind of being in on the joke with it was the thing.
I kind of agree with Dalton, but I also have a kind of off-topic question. Can we have is there a channel in the Discord for just submitting like stories and shit?
Yeah, it's called the Pitch Room.
But I thought, isn't that just strictly for pitches though, for TV shows and shit?
Well, that's where I'm putting all the pitches for like the things that I'm working on, like my rewrites and stuff like that. So yeah, like just put it there if you want. Although you're gonna have to make it a PDF, and it has to be a certain megabyte thing. That's why I've had.
But yes,
I didn't think you could submit stories there. I thought they had to be like pitches.
Yeah,
for
stories, pitches, anything. I do it in the pitch. I do it in the pitch format just because I find that easier, and that's how I've always written like scripts for my videos and stuff. And I can't really do videos anymore because I don't have the editing software on my phone anymore.
All right.
So.
But yes, Dragon Turtle, I think I did just give Brainstorm a homework. He can blame me for this one though. This wasn't his brain doing it. This was me hijacking the thing I knew his brain was probably going to do anyway.
No, it probably wasn't.
Well, now it will. Sorry.
Anyway.
No, you don't.
Yeah, 20 seconds left, so candy canes?
Candy canes.
Candy canes.
Watch.
I believe in you, Santa.
Oh. Which one of you did that? Prancer? So unprofessional.
That was funny.
What's weird is I honestly think he could have been a great Hellboy given a proper script.
Yeah, he wasn't the problem in Hellboy. The writing was the problem. Like even if this would probably still be heresy for a lot of people, but even if Guillermo del Toro came back, but Ron Perlman couldn't do it because he couldn't stand being in the suit this time. If Guillermo del Toro came back and David Harbour was still Hellboy, I think they could have worked together well, too. That being said, casting anyone else in the Guillermo del Toro Hellboy other than Ron Perlman would still be heresy. So even if it would be enjoyable heresy, I'm still gonna have to call it heresy when I see it.
So, for anyone who is curious, and I might add more, but I have my Christmas list here.
That was quick.
Yeah, I made it earlier, so it's things I would want. So comics, Sandman graphic novels. I have to look through the ones I already have to remember the ones I need to get. Number wise.
I think you're up to Season of Mist, right?
Yeah, I think I'll have to look back because it's been like a year since I've read Sandman. So
I think last time I checked, you were reading Season of Mist because I remember one time we were reading it like on air, and you ended up spilling on it, and we both freaked out.
I didn't spill on it.
Was it Season, or was it Dream Country that you had spilled on? I remember spilling on it.
No,
you spilling on one of them.
No, I spilled. No, I was reading it, and then I spilled soda on my computer.
Okay.
Then comic book long boxes because I need those because I have one file cabinet drawer and it's basically up to capacity already. Then new shoes. What? The shoes I have are fine now, but I would like some new ones because I've had those shoes for years already. I don't really wear them because I don't go out. So I don't feel like you guys are judging me on these.
No, right up until you got to the shoes, it sounded like a perfectly reasonable Christmas list. And then I had to do a double take. But if your shoes are like wearing thin, then yeah, that makes sense.
I don't think they're wearing thin because, like I said, I haven't worn them in like 2 years, really, or probably more. But yeah, I'm sure there's. I still need to get a pea coat.
A pea coat? God, you sound so posh.
You didn't get it for your birthday?
Not time and stuff, and it's a whole thing. Like I could have gotten it, but I wanted to. But I made a plan to wait after Black Friday and stuff.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to wait. I didn't want to be at a mall, where I would have to go.
I mean, Black Friday is the devil, so yeah.
Yeah. So. But yeah, I'm sure there's more. I can't think of any right now. This is like stuff off the top of my head. So. Although I might need more, I don't know how many long boxes I'll need. Put like 10.
Well, see, this is part of the reason why I do mostly omnibuses and trades, because then you can just put on a bookshelf.
I don't have a bookshelf. Plus, I don't trust myself with a bookshelf.
Okay, I'm curious as to why.
No, it's just like all the stuff I have. If I put it there, also I have mice, so I can't put anything on the bottom.
Oh right, the mice. Yes, I remember. I remember several instances of the mice bugging you during the show.
It's funny. I also don't have a bookshelf, even though I probably need one.
Yeah, so that's why I'm planning on getting some long boxes. I could put them on like a dresser or two I have. So. Plus,
what kind of dresser do you have, Stormer?
Huh?
What kind of dresser do you have? Like a big one or what?
I have 2. They're kind of medium, I suppose. I'll just have to. Well, one, I have my heater on, so I can't put it there because I don't want those things catching fire.
Yeah, no, that would be bad.
So I'd have to clean off the other one, which holds a lot of my stuff, like book, like just some miscellaneous stuff I have. I could also put it on one thing I have that I also need to clean clean off. So I can't make room. It's because I have this, like I said, I have a filing cabinet, specifically just one drawer to it that I put all my comics in. And it's in the dining room. So
maybe you should just ask for another filing cabinet so you have a whole filing cabinet just to yourself.
Yeah, just for your comics and shit, yeah.
I feel like that'd be asking too much, though.
Brainstormer, this is the kind of thing we rattle you about.
Basically, asking for a bookshelf wouldn't be too. Asking for a filing cabinet wouldn't be too much. You can get them for pretty cheap.
Right, I'm more thinking about getting it here to the house because I have to think about for my family, like gas expenses due to inflation and.
Brainstormer, I appreciate your attempts to be self-sacrificing and humble and shit, but these are the kind of things where it turns into a self-sabotaging instinct. Like it's not unreasonable to ask for a thing that you definitely will use and is a better and safer way of displaying and collecting your comics than long boxes would be, because as awesome as long boxes are, they are basically just glorified cardboard boxes.
Yeah.
And also, it's not like obviously someone in your house thought it was warranted to get a filing cabinet in the first place. And if you tell them, I'm out of space on my drawer of the filing cabinet, so I want one of my own to put my comics in, I don't think anyone in your family is going to be going to find that an absurd expense. Like I can almost guarantee you that if your Uncle Martin was sitting here, he would be making fun of your ass for being this like self-sacrificial.
I mean, it's like, here's my thing, right? Do whatever you want, but I doubt it would hurt you. It would hurt your family that much to get you a filing cabinet so that you.
Okay. There's also the logistic, which I probably should have brought up first. Is I don't know where I would put it.
See that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes slightly more sense. But at that point, I would suggest rearranging, or if
Honestly,
there's a place.
I think there is a corner I could put it in that isn't in the way of me walking. So I'll just have to measure. I'll just have to get to measure it so I figure out where.
Yeah, that's not in any way unreasonable, though. I don't think. And even if you don't have space in your specific room, there's already a room with a filing cabinet in it, so you could probably just put it right next to the other one, presumably.
Oh, probably not. You haven't seen my dining room.
Fair enough. I'm just saying I doubt it would begrudge Martin to help you figure out a place to put it if you got one.
Okay.
And I don't think it's unreasonable a thing to ask for.
Yeah, I don't think it would be too much to ask for either, personally.
Especially because long boxes tend to get damaged very easily, and filing cabinets are a lot less easy to damage. So it's essentially a long-term investment more than anything.
Also, I imagine long boxes are more of a pain in the ass to store themselves anyway.
Yeah, because you were already wondering like where you were actually going to sit them.
Yeah. Okay, I see your point, and I've changed my Christmas list.
Like I don't want it to feel like I'm bullying you or anything. It's just it seemed like you were it seemed like you were almost talking yourself out of asking for it, and it was an entirely reasonable thing to ask for. So as your friend, we kind of were busting your balls a little bit to convince you
I mean, we have to.
invest in yourself. God damn it!
Pretty much, like you have to. It's not even about treating yourself. It's just about like, where am I supposed to put these? Where am I supposed to put all these fucking comics? You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been trying to make sure I go every month, and I usually buy maybe 3 or 4 at most.
Yeah, so if you're buying three or 4 comics a month, let alone stuff you'll actually get for Christmas and birthdays and shit, that's enough to fill up a single long box in the space of about maybe 3 months. So like you're making an investment in your ability to store these, and it's a nicer, safer, better way to store them than long boxes would be, and it's also a storage container for other shit if you should need it. So like I don't think it's an unreasonable thing to ask for.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, now it's comics, nice new shoes, Sandman graphic novels, and a filing cabinet.
Mm-hmm. And if they ask you why a filing cabinet, just like play them this section of the stream. Like my friends were fucking bullying me into asking for this because I wouldn't treat myself.
Right. Yeah, I remember you guys giving me shit about the bed last year I got for Christmas.
Yeah,
I'm so happy Papa has finally got me a bed.
It does come off as very like world's smallest violin Dickensian tragedy there. Mostly.
It was a new bed because my old bed got fucking old and I could feel the springs on my back. Okay?
Alright.
I got it out of necessity and I would have got and waiting for Christmas, I'd get it cheaper, possibly.
Brainstormer is like a character out of like a Charles Dickens.
Again, it's so goddamn Dickensian. Like I guess I should be grateful that for once I'm not goddamn Tiny Tim in this scenario. Because everyone always makes Tiny Tim jokes because of their disability, and I fucking like. I like Tiny Tim as a character in theory, but ever since because not only because I always get jokes at my expense with regards to Tiny Tim, but also because in general in like movies and shit, Tiny Tim is almost a character type, like the too pure for this world disabled kid, and it pisses me off.
No, Dragon Turtle. I just had that bed for like a decade, and it just got really old.
Papa will finally get me some food.
It's Dickensian. It is sort of Dickensian on the surface of it. Okay. I get the practical reasons why you waited and stuff. It sounds very Dickensian.
Also, I've just never been like. I'll be honest, man. There aren't a lot of things I want to get for Christmas. Like, there's nothing that's interested me. Like, there's no video games. There's no really anything.
You don't spoil yourself very often.
No, not really. No.
Hence why it is partially my job to bounce it. I literally was thinking about this the other day after we got to talking about this on, I think it was Friday. Whenever you talk about stuff like this, it always makes me think of that one scene from Castlevania Season 3 where the shopkeeper gives Isaac the distance mirror as a gift, and he asks why, and the shopkeeper's like, "You strike me as a person who was never given many gifts in life, and it pleases me to equalize that balance," or whatever the fuck the line was. That's always what I think of whenever I'm shopping for gifts for you. Is like, this poor kid has gone so long without treating himself that he's forgotten how to. I have to balance this somehow.
I'll be honest, Dragon Troll, I've kind of stopped playing video games in the last few years just because, again, nothing's really caught me. So I appreciate the idea of suggesting, but I think the last game I played was Batman Arkham Knight when it came out. So that was 2013 or 14.
Did you ever play the Injustice games?
No, I fucking hate Injustice.
I know as a concept, I know you hate it, but it has really cool gameplay, and most of the DC characters are involved.
I have never been a big fan of fighting games.
Okay, fair enough.
Anyway, it is fucking 12, and I'm sure everyone here is tired.
I still haven't eaten today, so I need to go and do that.
Why do you not? You know what?
Because I only really need to eat once a day and snack throughout the day otherwise, and then I'm good. Like,
he's kind of like a plant. You just need to give him like food every now and then, and he'll be fine.
Okay, so we make fun of me for not wanting to buy things for myself.
Yeah.
But Don not wanting to eat most of the day. That's just something.
It's because I don't like I eat mostly just to fill myself up, and it doesn't take a lot to do that. Don't get me wrong, when we go out to eat or something, or like at a nice restaurant, then like my indulgences are more quality based than they are quantity based. Like I'm the kind of person who would want to go out to eat at like a fancy French restaurant or something like that. So that's my indulgences are more about like asking for upscale posh things rather than a huge surplus of them.
Yeah, like games. I'm mostly like it's mostly been first-person shooters or like action. Well, actually, I don't know what you classify the Arkham games as.
Open world, probably.
Oh, you only like first-person shooters and action games?
Also stealth games like Assassin's Creed. Like I really got into Assassin's Creed early on, but kind of fallen off because they kind of screwed the pooch a lot.
What was the one stealth like assassin thing about the little goblin dude? Was it Styx?
I think I know what you're talking about. I think it was just I never got to play it.
I think you'd like that game. It's quasi fantasy, but it's also like a stealth sort of assassin type game, and there's like an open quite an open world to it.
Also, the fact I've just kind of stopped playing video games altogether, just because I've been finding myself more busy with like actually working on projects myself.
Yes.
So,
which I then like an asshole exacerbate by turning your one-off ideas into expensive universes. Oof.
Still fuck you, by the way, and also thank you, but still fuck you.
I know, but yeah, I get it. It's I love you for doing this, but at the same time, fuck off for doing it.
Yeah. So yeah.
And just be clear, I hope it didn't seem like Corrupt and I were ganging up on you or anything. We kid you mostly because we kid you about this kind of stuff mostly because you deserve to treat yourself more, and it's kind of frustrating for us as your friends that you don't even consider treating yourself half the time.
You probably should treat yourself to something every now and then, you know.
Well, I mean, actually, no, I can't even try to defend myself.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna try to come up with ways you've done that, and you're not gonna come up with any, can you?
Well, depends, I guess, because I make food for myself, like good.
But to the best of my knowledge, you didn't even ask your uncle, who was a chef, to try and teach you how to cook.
No,
You didn't teach it. You didn't ask your uncle to teach you how to cook, really?
Even though he's like a chef or some shit.
Oh, because you didn't want to be a bother? Is that why?
No, we just don't really get to see each other much because he works a lot, and also I've cooked for myself. Like I've realized I don't have that innate quality of being a great chef like him or my grandmother.
I mean, but to be fair though, no one is great the first time they try things, especially without any recipes or instructions or anything.
I have no talent for art, but I'm trying to learn to draw anyway. Just because you have no talent for something doesn't mean you can't do it.
No, I have. Okay, so little backstory. I actually originally tried to be a comic book artist, like draw comics and stuff, when I was younger, but I realized I had better skills in writing.
Yeah.
So I gave up being an artist. I mean, I have that kind of artist eye, so that helps.
You just can't always translate it to the page, which is fair enough. I'm not saying you have to try and become a master chef, but it seems odd to me that you have a family member who is a chef and you haven't ever asked him to give you pointers of how to cook or anything.
No, I kind of have when I've helped him cook.
Uh-huh.
It's complicated. But
It's just, that was just the first example I could come up. The point being, you need to learn to let yourself indulge a little bit more. And maybe people like me should learn to indulge a little bit less. That's fair. But at the same time, you are a good person. You shouldn't beat yourself up or talk yourself out of things when you would be perfectly justified in wanting them, and you should learn to let yourself indulge a little bit more.
Yes, you should, at least a little bit.
Because you deserve it, and because more to the point, if you don't, Corrupt and I are gonna team up to kidnap you and take you to a fancy restaurant or some shit, just for the sake of letting you indulge in shit.
You'll have to wear a fancy tie, though.
That's no problem. I'll just let him borrow one of mine. I have a whole small hamper full of bow ties.
I'm good. I'm
obviously that part was a joke, but you know what I'm saying.
To be fair, I'm not big on bow ties. I'm more of just a regular tie guy.
I have one of those that you can wear. It has
I think I actually still have a tie from my prom. Anyway, yeah. Again, we should call it because we've been at this for 4 hours.
Yeah.
So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
happy holidays. Now fuck off.
Goodbye.